Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Hello, Salbe Liz. Hello, Sir Philip. Hello, Ian Wilson. Hello, Nana Laura. Good to see you. Hello, C-Rex. Hi, Ava. Ha! April has arrived. Hello, Tiffany O. And by the way, y'all, what have you done? What did you do? What did you do? Ava's like, I know what they did. I know what they did. Here you go, baby. Ooh, we're gonna have to dump the crumbs out on your plate. Give me that plate. Gotta open the new bag. This one kicked the bucket. Okay, so start here. Really? 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 You're innocent? You're innocent? Because I betcha. There's no tag. So I know it's you. They get beef with liver and with cheese this time. Ooh, new purees. I bet you Tiny Kitten's gonna love those. I betcha. All right, what's this? What have we got? What have we got? I'm trying really hard to open away from you, cheese maker. Okay, this says from Susanna Bott. Oh, it's the neck reading light, and there's something here. Oh my goodness. Oh, filters forever. These are the filters. They fit in the Keurig and they fit in the animal's the cat's water fountain. So that's why I had them on the list, was because you're supposed to change those every few days. And I don't, because I couldn't afford to. Thank you so much. Oh my God, that's amazing. There's 48 of them here. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Okay, then there's this huge box. Huge box. My goodness. The cats are going to have so much fun, y'all. Who do you think inherits all of these boxes? We're gonna hear lots of crinkles. Lots and lots of crinkles. What? Why, it's a box in a box. Thank you, Amazon. Okay. So. Oh, my dream came true. My dream came true. It's a box of toilet paper. A huge box of toilet paper. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. There's 30 rolls of toilet paper. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. That is also from Susanna. Oh my god, thank you so much. And now there's one more giant package. Okay. Let's see what's in here. I can't believe somebody sent me toilet paper. This is the happiest day of my life. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's paper towel. Oh my gosh. Where's the tag? Where's the tag? There's no tag. There's gotta be a tag. Oh. Really, Amazon? Really? I would never do you like that, except for when I would. Okay. A gift for you. For PAWFURM piddles, puddles, and catastrophes. From your subscribers, fans, family, and friends. We love you. Oh my gosh. You guys are amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know. It's from somebody who loves me. Oh my gosh. No way, man. Anytime I get anything, even like super basic stuff, I am just absolutely over the moon thrilled because hey, you know what? I don't have to buy toilet paper for a little while. Well, I would never use it for that. Oh, don't you dare, Earl. girl's like, I'll help you get this open. And just a little shred with the back feet. Earl, I'm watching you. Fur butt. Hello, PH Jess. You guys, thank you so much. Thank you. I love you guys so much. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Oh, I am so grateful. Now tonight, I've got a big ask. A big ask. Can we keep it civil? Like, just a little bit, please. I know it's a divisive topic, which I tend to try to steer away from, but this girl's so dumb. So dumb. I just had to. Yeah, she takes the cake. Yeah, you'll see. You guys will see. I cut it down. I cut like 45 minutes out of it. Don't you dare. Yeah, and it was all just time gaps. And like, she would take 2 minutes or more in between questions, and I shortened it. I left enough to let you know that she wasn't bright, but I had to shorten it because it was nearly a 4-hour stream otherwise. Get the dunce cap ready. Get the dunce cap ready. Don't you dare. I just got you back. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to go off camera at some point. Oh, Tiny Kitten's already in the box. She's already having a blast. Yeah, I'm going to have to get Tommy to help me vacate the premises. Oh, let's have some fun. All right, here we go.
All the Frida Silva case versus the city of Boulder. And I can see that Mr. Reynolds is here. Ms. Silva, if you'd like to unmute your microphone and enable your video as well.
Hello.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. And Mr. Reynolds, are you able to hear us and see us okay?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So what I thought I would do as a starting point is just highlight for everyone, although it's mostly for your benefit, Ms. Silva, because Mr. Reynolds has been in this process before with these quasi-judicial appeals that come to the court. Whenever somebody has anything that's issued by the city that they want to appeal, they appeal it to the municipal court, and I'm designated as the hearing officer to resolve the appeal. So it comes under the quasi-judicial review process under section 131 of the Boulder Revised Code. I point that out just so that everybody understands it's not the same as a criminal case. No one's been charged with the crime here. It's really just a matter of somebody having a civil action done by the city that they're contesting, and that's what your role is here, Ms. Silva. And so the city has the burden of proof to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the actions of the city in suspending you from the Penfield Tate building were supported by law. So that it's their job to prove that by a preponderance of the evidence. And so because they have the burden of proof, they will go first with the presentation of evidence. They'll call witnesses perhaps, or a witness to testify. They may offer some exhibits, which could include videos. I've noticed that both parties have gotten to us some videos that have been uploaded into our system. I have not reviewed those, but I know that they're in the system at this point. So there will be a process by which Mr. Reynolds can present evidence and he can call witnesses. And then you'll have the opportunity to ask those witnesses questions. So if it's just one witness, that's called cross-examination, and you'll be able to cross-examine the witness that they call. I'll let you know that it's important to keep in mind, especially if you haven't practiced law before, you're not a lawyer, when you're interacting with a witness on the witness stand, it's really only a time to ask that witness questions. The temptation will be to offer a response to what they say because you disagree with what they say, and you say, well, this is actually what happened. You'll probably hear an objection to that because since you're not sworn under oath at that moment when you're asking questions, you're not allowed to testify or offer evidence for the court to consider. Keep in mind that you will get that opportunity. So you're not going to be prevented from being able to present evidence, but it won't be while you're asking someone questions. You can only ask someone questions when another person's on the witness stand. If you decide to testify, then you'll have the opportunity to present any information that you want me to consider in your direct testimony. Or if you were to call witnesses, you could call witnesses and ask them questions and ask them to provide testimony. So just point that out because it does tend to be an issue that comes up a lot for people who haven't appeared in court before or who haven't practiced law. So and as the process goes along, if questions come up for you, feel free to ask those questions. I'll be happy to answer them for you procedurally so that you're not at a disadvantage as far as getting your evidence in front of me. I can see you've got your hand raised. So did you have something you wanted to ask?
I do. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. So, especially as it pertains to the witness, you said that I'm not allowed to immediately respond to the witness, but I can potentially maybe object to the framing of, of Mr. Chris. Should I hear something that's not worded correctly? Is that the case? Or
let's say you disagree with something. Maybe a witness says the person yelled and screamed and you said I didn't yell and scream or something like that. If that person says something that you disagree with and if Mr. Reynolds is asking questions, it's his time to ask questions. And I would suggest making notes so that you can follow up with your own questions. The time to object, if you've watched lawyer TV before, you've probably seen lawyers stand up, say, objection, Your Honor, and then they will state their objection. That's a time to object to with a legal reason. For example, if someone were to stand up and if Mr. Reynolds were asking a question to the witness and the witness started to tell me something that someone had told them, you could object because that might be considered hearsay. And so that's a legal basis for the objection. Objecting because you disagree is not a legal basis to object. That's just, you're just going to have to remember, make some notes to yourself. And then in your own testimony, you can say, this witness said this, I disagree with that. This is what I perceive to have occurred, how you want to do it. But that's how you do it. Otherwise, we'll have objections. And eventually, if you have a few objections, you'll probably get the hang of it anyway. You'll see my rulings and understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. But I just wanted to give you that framework as you kind of start out with that.
And you said that I will have the opportunity also to cross-examine the witness. So
You will have that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you'll have both. You'll have the opportunity. And when Mr. Reynolds is done presenting his case, so after he's had the witness testify and you've had a chance to cross-examine that witness, if he's had all of his exhibits offered and they've been admitted, then he will rest his case. And then when he rests his case, that will be your opportunity to put on a case. So if you decide to testify, which you'll have the right to testify, you also have the right to choose not to testify. So you can do whatever you want. Just keep in mind that the only thing that I can consider as evidence is what comes from sworn testimony from witnesses or exhibits that get introduced.
So just a real, very quick, brief explanation. This girl was suspended from being able to attend city council meetings in the building that they're held in because of her disruptive behavior. And so she is essentially appealing the suspension and fighting it.
That's why all the exhibits are in the file so that I can, at some point, I can hear them while you're providing your case. I can also look at them once I'm done with the case. I can review anything that's been admitted into evidence. But those are the only things I can consider. It can't be from statements that someone else says or that in your closing argument, you make a closing argument. Those things won't be considered evidence. Only the things that comes as sworn testimony from witnesses who are under oath.
Your Honor, will my opening statement and closing remarks also be taken into consideration as you're deciding my case?
So yes and no. I'm glad you asked that question because an opening statement, because it's not sworn testimony, it should just be an outline of what you think the evidence is going to be about in the trial. So you wouldn't be telling me every little piece of information that you wanted me to know. That would be something that you do under oath if you want me to actually consider it. So the opening statement isn't evidence. It's just an outline. And I can consider it in the sense that it guides me to make sure that I'm thinking about what the issues are, but it's not actual evidence that I can consider. So someone's in a red light case, Your Honor, you're going to hear from this witness that it'll show that I didn't run the red light. That won't be evidence, but then it clues me into, okay, that witness is going to tell me that the light was green when the person went into the intersection. So that's what people do in opening statements, but then someone has to follow up with testimony that I can rely on one way or the other to determine an issue.
Okay.
Okay. So the process will be prosecutor go first. He'll call his witnesses. You'll have a chance to ask those witness questions. When he's done asking questions, he'll offer his exhibits. And I will be, when Mr. Reynolds offers an exhibit, I'll ask you if you have an objection to the exhibit. And that'll again be just a legal objection. Is there a reason why it shouldn't be considered by the court? Not whether it's right or wrong, but just is there a legal reason why I shouldn't be able to consider it? And the same process will be the case for you. So as you're offering exhibits, and I believe you have a number of exhibits as well, you'll have to lay a foundation for them, indicating what they are. If it's a document that you pulled down from the internet and it's a City of Boulder document, and you say, this is a City of Boulder document, I got it from the internet, and this is what it's about, then and I move for its admission, Mr. Reynolds can either object or say no objection, and then I rule on whether it's admissible. And we'll go along from there. And as this goes along, you don't have to memorize all this. If questions come up as we're working through it, I'll be happy to answer those questions. The other thing I will point out with respect to the rules under section 131, I mentioned the preponderance of the evidence standard for the prosecutor, but also the rules of evidence, although they apply, they're not as rigorously applied in these types of quasi-judicial review hearings. And the ordinance specifically gives the court the authority to, if I consider something to, ordinary people would rely on this type of information, then I can admit it. Even if it might be hearsay, this person told me that he posted this document on the internet and I found it there. That may technically be hearsay, but I might say, no, this is a reliable circumstance, and so I'm going to admit it. So the rules of evidence are somewhat relaxed. You may still hear objections, and you may still raise some objections, and I'll rule on them. But the goal in this proceeding is to get people the opportunity to get as much information in front of me as is relevant to the determination. There may be some relevance objections from Mr. Reynolds, and you may have some as his. Relevance is keeping in mind what the issue is that I have to decide. And the issue I have to decide is whether or not you violated the provisions of the Boulder Revised Code, and it was section 5518. They've alleged that you violated that code section 5518 on the date of the city council meeting. And I'm forgotten which date that was, but whatever city council meeting we're talking about, it would generally pertain to that. Now, sometimes people offer other evidence that maybe have some tangential relevance, but understand that that's the issue that I'm trying to address, is whether there was a violation and whether the sentence or the suspension that was imposed is an appropriate suspension. Those are the two issues that are primarily in front of me.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Let's turn then to the evidence presentation. But before we do that, I want to give both sides a chance to give an opening statement. Mr. Reynolds, did you want to give an opening statement?
City will waive its opening statement, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Silva, would you like to give an opening statement?
I would. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Frida Silva. I've lived in Colorado and Boulder County all my life. I grew up in a beautiful trailer park in North Boulder, Boulder Meadows. And if you go west of the trailer park across the baseline, you'll arrive at Foothills Park, one of my most favorite parks to recreate with all its hills and views overlooking the city. And really, all I want is for our city tax dollars to continue to fund our local parks like Foothills, to fill our pothole-ridden roads, to fund healthcare, family care, and not companies complicit in destroying lands, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, and families in Palestine. But a lot of people don't know the full extent of atrocities committed to our fellow man across the pond in Palestine. Those who have witnessed the atrocities have made it a mission to stand for human rights of Palestinians and to address the ways in which we as individuals, communities, cities, our government, this country are and is complicit in the genocide of a people. And for those who do understand, but feel very much paralyzed and overwhelmed with how to stand with our neighbors from all the way over here, well, I always share that we are actually in a very perfect country and city to stop the Palestinian Holocaust. Israel is able to have what they have because of the United States money. Almost 18 billions of tax dollars.
This is argument, and there's no way that any of this would be relevant for a factual presentation.
So yeah, let me give you some guidance. An opening statement has to really be about what the evidence is going to show today. So it can't be about things that aren't relevant to the court's determination. And what's relevant to me is whether there was a violation. And I know it may be very important to you, these other issues, but your opening statement has to be focused upon the issues that are going to be relevant for the court. And so they may be background as to why things occurred the way they occurred, but it's not relevant. So I'll sustain the objection. I want you to focus in on the events of the city council meeting that led to the suspension.
Okay, I understand. It was part of a long narrative to get to my point
I got you.
of my argument, but if I should, so peers are feeling overwhelmed with how we can address the genocide in Palestine, and I always advocate to my peers that you have the power, you have the authority, you can go speak to your local city governments. And that's what I did. I came to Boulder City Council's public comment for the first time on April 3rd to say exactly that I want my Boulder City Council and the city of Boulder to divest in companies complicit in genocide. And I was shocked to find that for most of the public comments that urged Boulder City Council to divest and to at least acknowledge the atrocities, and even more so acknowledge the reoccurring pressing theme that residents are bringing up, were swept and unacknowledged. And that was such a slap in the face and a total disregard of the concerns of Boulder City Council residents and public comment. I came determined to public comment with a new approach on the 17th of wanting City Council to hear and witness what many of us are seeing on our screens every day, and being met yet again with a total disregard of the majority of public comment speaking out against the genocide of Palestinians. And when I try to get answers, when I tried to investigate when we would be addressed by our government officials, I was met with an immediate and forceful and excessive suspension, Your Honor. And I'm here today because in my 2 times of participating at Boulder City Council public comment meeting, I and many others who are standing for the right of life for Palestinians have been disregarded, ignored, patronized, and with continued suspensions for wanting to hold our government officials accountable. Your Honor, I'm deeply concerned with the rampant silencing, suspension, expulsion, arrest, and detention of people standing up for the human rights of another. And I'm here today to hopefully show and communicate a pattern of disrespect and discrimination that Boulder City Council has exhibited towards those speaking out against the genocide and towards people of color like me in particular, and get the right to public comment as a resident of Boulder County lifted so I can continue to exercise my right to meaningfully participate in my local government. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Silva. Mr. Reynolds, your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Deputy City Manager Chris Meschik.
All right, Mr. Meschik, if you'll unmute your microphone, and I see that you've enabled your video. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Meschik. Go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Meschik.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last?
Sure. My name is Chris Meschuk. My last name is spelled M-E-S-C-H-U-K.
Where do you work?
I work for the city of Boulder.
And what is your job title?
I serve as the deputy city manager.
What are some of your duties as the deputy city manager?
As the deputy city manager, I support the city manager in the administration and operations of the city government. And I support some of the departments of the city in both their kind of strategy and operations execution. I also attend city council meetings to support the city manager and the city staff in the agenda items that are coming forward at that meeting, as well as then if there are disruptions in the meeting, communicating anything that is conveyed from the presiding officer.
And how long have you been with the city of Boulder?
This year will be my 21st year at the city.
If you had to approximate, how many Boulder City Council meetings have you been to as a staff member?
In those 21 years, it's hundreds. At least I'll share. Since I started in this role as deputy city manager in 2020, I attend approximately 20 city council meetings, business meetings a year.
And what happens at a city council meeting?
A city council business meeting is where the city council is conducting the business of the city. And so they are voting on ordinances and motions to take action of the city government, as well as then to give policy direction to city staff that are working on initiatives of the city.
And do city council meetings have agendas?
They do.
How is an agenda for a city council meeting developed?
The agenda for a city council meeting is developed in collaboration of city staff, as well as the city council has a subcommittee called the Council Agenda Committee. And that committee helps establish the agendas for meetings. Many of the items are on agendas because they're on a code required timeline for action by the city council.
And are items on agenda for city council, for a city council meeting, are they given a time amount?
We do. We estimate the amount of time that each item will take on an agenda, and that is reviewed by the Council Agenda Committee meeting each week.
And why are items given a time amount?
There are typically too many agenda items to put them all on one meeting, and so we are calendaring out city council meetings to make sure that they are not too long. We average and aim for meetings around 3.5 to 4 hours is the ideal timeline, so that the meetings don't go too late into the evening.
And is it important that meetings stay on schedule as much as possible?
It is.
And why is that?
There is, as I described, there's business of the city that needs to be conducted, and many of them are on code required timelines. And so if meetings run long, if agenda items cannot be brought forward that evening and they have to roll over to another meeting, or a meeting goes too long, then we can't finish the business of the meeting that needs to get done. And if that happens too often, kind of there's a cascading effect that we wouldn't be able to get all the business of the city done.
Where do city council meetings occur?
They occur at the Penfield Tate II Municipal Building in the city council chambers on the second floor.
Who is allowed to attend those meetings?
Anyone can attend those meetings. They are open to the public.
And is there any way that the public can participate in city council meetings?
Yes, there are multiple ways that the community can participate. Members can sign up for city council meetings to speak under agenda item 2, which is called open comment, which you can speak about anything that is related to city business, but is not scheduled for a public hearing. The second way that people can participate is to participate in testifying in a public hearing where the city council is taking feedback before they take action on an agenda item.
And how much time do members of the public get to speak at open comment?
Open comment is limited to 2 minutes.
So I want to shift gears just a little bit. You mentioned that city council meetings occur at the Penfield Tate building. Are there rules of conduct that apply to people who are physically present at the Penfield Tate building?
There are.
Do these rules apply to everyone?
They do.
Are the rules in effect at all times the building is open?
They are.
And are the rules posted anywhere in the building?
They are.
Can you tell us how many public entrances are there to Penfield Tate?
There are two public entrances to the building, one on the north side of the building and one on the south side of the building.
And are these rules posted anywhere near these entrances?
They are posted on the wall in the vestibule of each entrance to the building.
And are they posted in both English and Spanish?
They are.
Is it possible for a member of the public to enter Penfield Tate and not pass these posted rules?
Objection?
Go ahead, Ms. Silva.
Leading the witness?
Overruled. I'll allow both sides to lead the witness. That's a rule. It's clearly a rule that is applied in certain aspects, but I don't know that it's necessary in this particular case. So I'll allow it. I'm not sure whether that was leading or not, but
It wasn't.
the objection's overruled.
I can ask the question again, Mr. Meschuk. Is it possible for a member of the public to enter Penfield Tate and not pass these posted rules?
It is not possible to enter the building through either of the public entrances and not pass the rules that are posted on the walls.
Do you know when these rules were adopted?
The latest update to these rules, they were last updated in January. I believe it was January or February of this year.
Were they posted and in effect on April 17th of this year?
They were.
And you mentioned city council meetings occur at the Penfield Tate building. Where do they occur in the building?
It is in the city council chambers, which is on the second floor of the building.
How many public entrances are there to city council chambers?
There are also two entrances to the city council chambers, one on the north side and one on the south side of the building.
And are these rules posted at those two public entrances to the city council chambers?
They are.
I want to go back to your testimony about open comment. Do the rules apply to anybody who's speaking at open comment?
They do.
And how do people sign up for open comment?
They do. People can sign up for open comment and they can speak either in person or virtually.
And when they sign up, does the city get their email address?
We do.
And does the city ever send anything to the people who sign up for open comment?
We do. When we confirm who has a time slot for open comment, we send them an email with instructions on how to attend the meeting, either in person or virtually. And we also include a copy of the city council rules of decorum with that email.
And the city council rules of decorum, are those different from the rules of conduct?
They are.
The rules of decorum, are they found in the Boulder Revised Code?
They are. They are in the Boulder Revised Code in Title II, in an appendix to Title II under the city council procedure.
And are those adopted by city council?
They are.
And if someone wanted to find the rules of decorum, would they be able to use Google to find those?
Yes, I believe that they would, as they're posted on the internet in the city code.
Okay. I want to go back to, okay. Is it necessary to regulate the conduct of individuals in the Penfield Tate building?
Yes, it is.
And what makes you say that?
The Penfield Tate, the second building, as the municipal center of the city, as well as a city facility, exists to conduct the business of the city and to ensure that government operations can occur. And so there are rules of conduct for the building to ensure that government operations are not interrupted and that all can enter the building and feel safe and welcome.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And Mr. Messer, could you just, hopefully everybody can see what I'm sharing. It's been marked as People's Exhibit 5 for the purposes of this hearing. Can you see what I just shared?
I can.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as a copy of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
And is this the same set of rules that you were talking about being posted at the public entrances to the building and to council chambers?
It is.
At this time, I'd move to admit Exhibit 5.
Ms. Silva, do you have any legal objection to the admission of Exhibit 5?
No.
All right, Exhibit 5 will be admitted.
And Mr. Meschuk, can you just please, if you can see my cursor, it's hovering over the last sentence in the first paragraph here. Can you just start from the word "the" and read that sentence?
It says, the following is prohibited in any of the listed buildings on the municipal campus.
And then going all the way down to number 20. Could you read number 20, please?
Rule 20 reads, any conduct that disrupts, impedes, or obstructs government operations.
Thank you. Mr. Meschuk, was there a city council meeting on April the 17th of this year?
There was.
What type of meeting was it?
It was a regular business meeting.
And was there an agenda for this meeting?
There was.
Was it a pretty full agenda?
It was a full agenda.
And did you attend this meeting?
I did.
Why did you attend this meeting?
I attended this meeting to support several of the agenda items that were on the agenda, as well as to staff the meeting and support any of the operations that were needed.
And agendas for city council meetings, including this one, are there, do you build in time to the agendas for disruptions to the meeting?
We do not.
And turning back to this specific meeting of April the 17th, were there any disruptions at this meeting?
There were.
And can you just kind of briefly summarize what those disruptions entailed?
There were 3 disruptions that resulted in the meeting being recessed at this meeting that were due to speaking not when being recognized or outside of a time of open comment or public testimony. The third of which resulted in the room of the city council chambers being cleared of all attendees to have to watch the rest of the meeting from the lobby of the building.
And when you say that there were 3 recesses, what happens? What is a recess?
A recess is when there is a disruption occurring in the meeting, and the presiding officer typically will ask whoever is causing the disruption to stop. And if that disruption does not stop to the point where the meeting can no longer continue, the presiding officer will call a recess, which means the meeting is temporarily paused or adjourned, and the city council has to leave the room. And once the room quiets back down and the disruption stops, then they will return to the room and resume the meeting.
Are city council meetings recorded?
They are.
And are these recordings publicly available?
They are. There is a video recording that the city posts on its YouTube channel, as well as there is an audio or video recording that could be requested from the city's central records department. And
I'm going to share my screen with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1. And Mr. Meschuk, do you recognize what I'm sharing here?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as a recording of the April 17th, 2025 City Council meeting, and it appears to be the recording that is displayed on YouTube.
And at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 1.
Ms. Silva, do you have any objection to the admission of Exhibit 1?
No.
All right, Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
All right. So I'm going to play portions of this, and then I'll pause for questions. And Mr. Meschuk, before I hit play here, who's the individual on the screen?
The individual on the screen is Alicia Johnson. She is the city clerk.
And does Ms. Johnson, what role does she play in open comment portions of city council meetings?
As the city clerk, she is like this, essentially the secretary of the city council meetings. And during open comment, as she introduces that agenda item, She also goes over the public participation guidelines for the audience.
All right, I'm going to play a portion of the video and then I'll pause it. And
for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversation.
all right, I'm just going to pause it. Were people able to hear that video?
It was a
No.
little quiet.
A little quiet. Okay. Make sure.
Turn my speakers up here.
I'm going to play it again.
This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/productive-atmospheres. And also we welcome you to review these guidelines in the Boulder Revised Code Council Procedures, Section 16B. The city will enforce the rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code, Section 16B, including participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. No attendee shall disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of any council meeting in a manner that obstructs the business of the meeting. This also includes failing to obey and any lawfully order of the presiding officer to leave the meeting room or refrain from addressing the council. Only one person at a time at the podium, unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No standing in or otherwise blocking the aisles in violation of the fire code or in any way that obstructs the vision or audio of another audience member. No signs or flags shall be permitted in council chambers except for one sign held by a person measuring no more than 11 by 17 inches, which is held higher than the person's face. No higher than the person's face. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. We ask that you not affix items to the podium or dais or walls or other surfaces of the chamber. Signs, flags, or other items used to communicate must be held by one person when displayed. Obscenity, other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated. And lastly, in-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with sounds such as applause or snapping, with the exception of declarations. Traditionally, support is shown through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Thank you again for listening.
So I just paused it. And Mr. Meschik, does Ms. Johnson recite the expected rules at the beginning of every city council meeting?
Yes, every business meeting of the city council where public participation will happen, we go over these guidelines.
All right, I'm gonna now fast forward. All right, Mr. Meschik, do you recognize who's at the podium here in this frame?
I do.
And who is it that you recognize there?
I recognize Ms. Silva.
All right, I'm gonna play this portion of the video here.
Alrighty, my name is Frida. I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a community member, I'm a friend, and I'm talking, I guess Taisha's not here, I don't know, Matt, Aaron, Lauren, Tina, Ryan, Nicole, Mark, Tara, I'm talking to each of you. You're gonna hear the obliteration and the total destruction of a people.
All right, I'm gonna pause it there. Mr. Meschik, was Ms. Silva able to give a full 2 minutes of open comment here?
I believe she was.
Was she ever interrupted at all, to your knowledge?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did the any city council member or city staff stop her from speaking during the 2 minutes?
Not that I remember.
I am now going to fast forward it here to 2:32:18. I apologize. I should have been saying the timestamps. And when I say a timestamp, it's the timestamp on the YouTube video and not what's reflected in the upper right-hand corner of the video. So 2:32:18. Apologies. I'm trying to get my cursor to get to the right spot. All right. I'm just going to play from 2:31:50.
Directly. I also want to say that I know our staff has been looking into our forest ecosystem management plan and our community wildfire protection plan, and I trust in the work they're doing, but they have been reaching out directly there. And that is all I have for you.
Thank you so much, Nuria, for your always dedication and hard work. Teresa?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you as well. With please quiet in the audience. This is open comment is concluded and we need to move on with city business. I'm going to have to call a recess.
Objection.
This is a disruption of our
What's the objection, Ms.
Relevance.
Silva?
Relevance.
Mr. Reynolds, you want to respond?
Thank you, Your Honor. The purpose of me playing this portion of the video is to demonstrate that the presiding officer, Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts, having to respond to comments from the gallery during the city council meeting and demonstrating a disruption to the government operation of having a city council meeting. And so this is highly relevant to the question at hand.
No,
Your Honor,
objections?
am I allowed to, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, am I allowed to respond to Mr. Reynolds?
On the issue of relevance, you can, yes.
Mr. Reynolds, you mentioned that there was a disruption here, but that was after the other staff members had concluded. So this was not a case of disruption. It was right after the conclusion of public comment and into business. So right in between business agenda line items.
But you were still shouting from the gallery when they were addressing, environmental issues and things that directly impact the community and the city. It does sound like a disruption.
So there's no relevance.
The objection is overruled. I'll give what weight I deem appropriate to the evidence, but it's I do find that it's relevant for the court's determination. So you can continue to play, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm going to hit play here.
Our city council meeting. Proceed with business. I am calling a recess to our meeting.
Okay, I'm going to pause it here. Mr. Meschik, was this the first of the 3 disruptions that night?
It was.
And you could hear the city manager and the city attorney and then Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts pretty clearly. And then you could hear some shouting in the background. Do you know why you could hear some people in the video better than others?
Yes, the individuals that we heard speaking, the city manager, the city attorney, and the mayor pro tem are speaking into microphones that are connected in the city council chambers that go straight to the recording. The shouting you heard from the room is being picked up by the mayor pro tem's microphone that is on, but the reason it's quieter is because there was no microphone in front of that individual that was speaking from the audience.
And you were physically, it's accurate that you were physically present during this time?
I was.
From your auditory perception, the thing that you could hear in the background on that video, which appeared to be people maybe shouting, was that accurate that somebody was shouting or speaking very loudly when you were there and experiencing it in person?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, he can answer.
It was shouting in the room that was disrupting the meeting.
And did you observe where the shouting was coming from?
I did.
And where was it coming from?
It was Miss Silva speaking and shouting in the meeting.
And again, that recess that Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts called, was that a planned recess?
It was not.
Okay. I'm going to, another question about the audio. You could hear people speaking. There was noise, and then after the recess, the noise just kind of abruptly cut off. Do you know why that is?
I do. The reason the audio stopped is the audio recording for the meeting is connected to the microphones in the room. And once the recess was called, and therefore the meeting temporarily adjourned, the microphones are turned off, and so the audio stops in the recording.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to fast forward again. The timestamp is 3:23:14. I'm going to do my best to find it. All right. All right, I'm going to play this portion of the video, and then I'm starting at 3:22:42.
As well as community connectors supporting the process at every step of the way. And so that included community connectors supporting in events and that data analysis and making sure all voices were elevated to have a voice in design. And so here's where I'm going to pass it off to Abby from Rios and take it away on what we heard from the community.
Thanks, Jeremy. As mentioned, I'm an urban designer with Rios, and our firm is thrilled to be.
You pause for just a second. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to be quiet in the audience so that we can listen to the presentation. This is not a back and forth conversation during this part of the presentation we hear from. This we will discuss at the end of the meeting, or we have the opportunity to respond to comment at the end of the meeting. But if you continue to disrupt the meeting, we are going to have to call a recess. Please refrain from disrupting the meeting. I call a recess to the Boulder City Council meeting.
Okay, I just paused the People's Exhibit 1. And Mr. Meschuk, what happened there?
What happened is this is during the portion of the meeting that was a matters item from the city manager and city staff and a consultant were presenting on an agenda item. And in the middle of that presentation, the presiding officer asked staff to pause because there was a disruption occurring and shouting from the audience. After multiple requests for that disruption to stop, it did not. So the presiding officer had to call another recess to the meeting.
And were you physically present at this portion of the meeting as well?
I was present. I was standing actually in the kitchen at this time. I'm watching the meeting on TV and then walked into the room as the recess was being called.
Who did it appear was in the audience that was causing the disruption?
Miss Silva was causing the disruption.
Objection.
What's the objection, Ms. Silva?
There was multiple people in the room and multiple voices were captured on the audio. And you can't even, through that video footage, Mr. Chris doesn't appear to come out of the room. So how would he know it was me and only pin it on me?
That's not a legal objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I want to point out you'll have the right to cross-examine him on where he was and how he had the ability, and then ultimately make comment in your own testimony or in closing argument as to the ability of Mr. Meschuk to observe who was the speaker or the person committing the outburst.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you can continue with your questioning, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Your Honor. All All right, I'm going to fast forward now to attempt to get to 344.40. All right, I'm playing from 344.31.
That's been a conversation my entire time on council, whether it's conversations with our Kathmandu sister city, to which I'm a liaison for. It's been conversations with NAACP. I mean, there's been others. There's been a lot of them. So those are things I'm just curious about.
Quiet,
what's
please.
come up and how's that occurred?
Quiet, please, in the audience. I'm going to have to call a recess. You've been warned so many times. Declaring the chamber's recess.
All right, I've paused the video there. Mr. Meschuk, what happened in that video?
In that video, the council member Benjamin was speaking, and during his time of speaking, there was a disruption from the audience from Ms. Silva. And after the presiding officer made several requests for Ms. Silva to stop, it did not. And so she called another recess to the meeting and instructed us to clear the city council chambers of all attendees.
Does it require more work when you have to actually clear the chambers of attendees?
It does. It causes a much longer recess while we get everyone to leave the room.
Wait, can I object to that? That was leading.
Overruled. I think I've made it clear. I'm going to allow leading of witnesses by both parties. I don't know that there was any leading there anyway, but that wouldn't be something that I would prohibit the testimony about. So you can continue, Mr. Meschuk.
Thank you. Mr. Meschuk, that's all the questions that I have on this exhibit. So I'm going to shift gears. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen for People's Exhibit 1. And now I'm going to move on to People's Exhibit 2. And all of these exhibits have been furnished to Ms. Silva. All right, I'm going to share with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 2. And Mr. Meschuk, do you recognize what I am sharing my screen on here? And I'll just kind of go through a few frames here.
Oh, I recognize it. Axon body cam? Yeah, we're familiar with that.
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as the body camera footage from Sergeant Ekwo, who is sitting in the room.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of how the room appeared on April 17th of this year?
It is.
I've moved to admit People's Exhibit 2.
Ms. Silva, any objection to Exhibit 2? I couldn't hear you. You were muted.
Sorry, no.
Okay, Exhibit 2 will be admitted. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Meschuk, is it accurate that for the first minute of body-worn camera footage that there is no audio?
That is correct. It is my understanding from the moment an officer activates their body camera, the first minute of video is spooled, but without audio.
Okay. I'm gonna, so with that being said, I'm gonna start the video here at 44 seconds. So I've hit play.
Open comment is concluded and we need to move on with this business.
We've been ignored.
We've been ignored.
I'm going to have to call a recess. After week, we demand an answer. This cannot go on as usual. Business cannot go on as usual.
All right, I'm just gonna pause it there. Just heard somebody say business cannot go on as usual, and it appeared to be an individual seated in the front row here with a mask on and holding a sign. Do you know who that individual is?
I do. I believe that is Ms. Silva.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue playing the video.
No, business cannot go on as usual. Cowards! You guys are shameful! Shameful cowards!
Children.
Cowards! Spineless! Absolutely spineless!
Walk away.
Sooner or later, you guys will have to face the reality.
How do you sleep at night?
I was laughing back there.
So what are these blackouts do?
All right, I'm going to pause it. Mr. Meschek, which disruption was this? Is this the first disruption?
It was the first disruption.
Objection.
And-
What's the objection, Ms. Silva?
How would Mr. M know that if he was not in the room when it occurred?
Mr. M, I'm sorry. It's just being so disrespectful.
So again, I'm going to overrule the objection. You will have the opportunity to point that out in your closing statement or even in testimony that you'd like to give, and you can ask him questions about that during cross-examination. He's allowed to testify and give his view of what took place, and then it's up to me to decide whether I believe that or not.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And just to confirm, Mr. Meschek, you were at this meeting physically, correct?
I was physically present at this meeting and physically present in the room during this disruption.
Thank you. About how many, so this body camera is from a Boulder police officer, is that right?
That is correct.
And how many Boulder police officers were at this meeting?
I believe there were 6 officers in the meeting, 3 in the lobby and 3 in the council chambers.
What's their purpose of being there?
Their purpose is to provide safety and security in the meeting and in case anything happens, as well as then to assist the city staff with any instructions that may come from the presiding officer or the city manager.
And since you've been attending city council meetings for the many years that you've been with the city, is it normal to historically have 6 officers at city council meetings?
It is typically not common. We always have at least 1 officer, sometimes 2. But due to the disruptions that have regularly been occurring at city council meetings, we've been staffing the meetings with more officers based on the guidance of from the police department.
Thank you. All right. I am now going to before I move on from People's Exhibit 2, the individual who seemed to be the most vocal during the portion of the video that I just played, who I'm circling with my cursor here, who is that person?
That is Miss Silva.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to share my screen, keep sharing my screen with People's Exhibit 3. And did you see that new one just pop up, Mr. Meschek?
I did.
And do you recognize this?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as a body camera footage, I believe, from Officer Castro, who was present in the city council meeting.
And was this a clip from the April 17th meeting?
It is.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 3.
Ms. Silva, any objection to Exhibit 3?
No.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Okay, so I'm going to similarly play a portion of the video here, and then I'll pause it for questions. All right, I'm just pausing it. It's still in the silent portion of the video since it's the first minute. But Mr. Meschek, who is this person that I'm circling with my cursor?
That is Miss Silva.
And obviously there's no audio here, but what, from viewing the video, what did it appear is that those she was doing there?
It appears in the video, even though there's not audio, that this is Miss Silva speaking during the meeting is what it looks like to me.
And why do you say it looked like she was speaking?
Based on her body movements and expressions, and it appeared that she was speaking out as the video was playing until and after the recess was called.
And who's this person in the back?
That is myself.
Okay, and so you also...
Wait, sorry, I want to object. That was speculation by Mr. Chris.
Want to respond to that, Mr. Reynolds?
I asked the witness who the person was, and they clearly answered with their knowledge of who it was. It didn't say I believe or I think or I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, none of that. It was a very clear answer. That was, the witness said that was me.
No, I think she was objecting to the, if I'm correct, I may not speak for you, Ms. Silva, but I thought your objection was relating to his conclusion that you were speaking.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
That was what I was trying to get at. I apologize.
I see. Well, my response to that would be that the witness testified that they were present in the room, and it's clear from the exhibit that he's facing that direction, and then testified that from the person's body language appeared to be speaking. I think that's well within someone's ability to testify to.
I'm going to overrule the objection. That it is obviously an opinion, but it's not necessarily speculation because he does have the ability to observe, and the court will give what weight is necessary to the evidence, but I will allow its admission.
I'm going to keep playing the video.
Anti-Semitism, but no, not against
Anti-Semitism and Zionism work hand in hand.
It's so fucking ridiculous. Wow. Don't you agree? That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous.
I don't want to, try to tell you what to say, but they're just doing the same thing they did to other people and banning food, so it's not helpful for your own purpose to continue like this.
I'm curious. You guys, bots, pigs. No, I'm not even gonna ask you guys.
I'm going to pause it there. And Mr. Meschek, this body-worn camera footage in People's Exhibit 3, which disruption is this?
This is the second disruption.
And this police officer who appeared here, what was he just trying to do?
That is Sergeant Equo, and what Sergeant Equo was trying to inform Miss Silva and the others that were sitting in that row is to let them know, without telling them what to do, that if they continue to disrupt the meeting, that they face the chance of being suspended from the building for disrupting the meeting.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to People's Exhibit 4. Mr. Meschek, do you recognize this?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as the body camera footage from the April 17th, 2025 City Council meeting, also from Officer Castro.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scene as it appeared then?
I believe it is.
I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Ms. Silva, any objection to Exhibit 4? I couldn't hear you, so you're muted.
Sorry, no.
Okay, Exhibit 4 will be admitted. Thank you.
And well, thank you. I didn't mean to speak over anyone there. I'm going to play a portion of the video, and then I'll pause it for some follow-up questions. I'm going to play it right now. I'm going to pause it there. Obviously, we're still in the silent part, but the person you've previously identified as Miss Silva with the mask on, sitting in the front row, based off what we've seen so far in People's Exhibit 3, what did it appear like she was just doing?
What I believe we're seeing here is the body camera angle of the same footage we saw on the city council recording, where during the staff presentation, or during the city council speaking, I should say, Ms. Silva begins interrupting the meeting and speaking when not being recognized during a time of open comment or public testimony.
Thank you. And to be clear, was Ms. Silva a recognized speaker here?
No.
Was she a recognized speaker in People's Exhibit 3, the last body-worn camera that we saw?
No.
What about People's Exhibit 2, the first body-worn camera when that disruption occurred? Was she a recognized speaker then?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I guess before I hit play again, is it important that there be only one recognized speaker at a time in city council meetings?
There is, in order for the business to be conducted and for all to be able to hear what is occurring. It's important for only one person to be speaking at a time.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to keep playing People's Exhibit 4.
Burn to a crisp!
I'm really excited.
Rivera, tell me! Burn to a crisp! Go for it! Come on!
Priorities lie.
Really? 10 children!
Pathetic.
Oh, I'm going to pause it here. Who's this person that I'm circling?
That is myself.
Thank you. And Mr. Meschuk, what did we just observe in this video?
What we observed was the body camera footage from the same third disruption that we watched from the YouTube recording, which is during the city council discussing this agenda item, Ms. Silva interrupting the meeting, the presiding officer requesting Ms. Silva to please stop speaking multiple times. The presiding officer then called a recess to the meeting and instructed us that the city council chambers be cleared.
And Mr. Meschuk, I'm going to stop sharing here. Were there other people at the April 17th city council meeting who spoke out of turn?
There were.
Were there any other people from the April 17th meeting who received facility suspensions?
There were not.
And can you talk about why it is that Ms. Silva received a suspension, even though other people might have been speaking out of turn?
Yes, based on reviewing the recordings and the body camera footage from the meeting, it was clear to me that Ms. Silva was the instigator of disruptions number 1 and disruptions number 3. In disruption number 2, there were multiple voices that were speaking. And as I listened to each of the recordings to try and identify who those individuals were, I was able to identify Ms. Silva and her voice, which is why Ms. Silva received a suspension notice for causing a disruption 3 times.
And how long was her suspension for?
60 days.
And are there other ways of participating in open comment than physically showing up to the Penfield Tate building and appearing at the podium to give comment that way?
There is. An individual can sign up to speak to the city council virtually as well as in person.
And is Ms. Silva prohibited from signing up virtually to provide open comment during her open comment or public testimony, either way of participating in city council meetings? Is she prohibited from doing so virtually during the period of her suspension from the building?
No, Ms. Silva is welcome to still address and speak to the city council by signing up to speak virtually.
And the last exhibit that I have here is People's Exhibit 6, which I'm going to share my screen. Mr. Mestrick, do you recognize this document?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize this as a facility suspension notice for the Penfield the second municipal building. And it is the suspension notice that was issued to Ms. Silva.
And I'm just going to go from the top to the bottom. Does this appear to be the suspension notice that was issued to Ms. Silva?
It is.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 6.
Ms. Silva, do you have any objection to Exhibit 6?
No.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Mestrick, how long was Ms. Silva suspended from the building for?
60 days.
And is that, well, let me back up just a little bit. How long in terms of time has it been that the city manager has had the authority to suspend individuals from Penfield Tate under 5518?
Section 5518 of the Boulder Revised Code was amended to include the Penfield Tate, the second municipal building, as a city facility that suspensions could occur from. And that occurred at the beginning of 2025.
Okay. So using, since the beginning of 2025, is this suspension length similar to comparable suspensions that have occurred from the Penfield Tate building?
It is.
At this time, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Mestrick.
Okay. Ms. Silva, now it is your opportunity to conduct cross-examination. So you can ask Mr. Mestrick any questions that are relevant to the case.
And would I be able to also bring up my own evidence and
You
move it
will,
over?
when you're done cross-examining Mr. Mestrick, Mr. Reynolds may have some follow-up questions for him. And then if he's done presenting, if he doesn't have any other witnesses, which I think is the case, is that correct, Mr. Reynolds? Will this be the only witness for the city?
Yes, Your Honor, that's accurate.
So when this witness is done, Mr. Reynolds will be resting his case, and that at that point you'll have the opportunity to put on evidence. You can testify if you choose to. So just as Mr. Reynolds has presented a case, you can then present a case.
Okay, thank you. I feel like it might be all over the place because there's a lot of notes that I took. But first and foremost, I guess I'll just start with, with that first exhibit that you saw, Mr. How do you pronounce your last name? Meschek?
Correct, Meschek.
Mr. Meschek, in that first exhibit that we saw.
Okay, so she got his name right there. It's no longer Mr. M, right?
You claimed that you identified me as someone who spoke at a term. Were you in that room when council members said I disrupted? Were you there physically in the room?
I was physically present during disruption number 1. And disruptions number 2 and 3, I was watching the live video from the kitchen area right next to the city council chambers, where I was listening to the meeting. And as soon as I started to hear disruptions each time, I then walked physically into the room around the corner to be present inside the room.
But when the purported disruption began, you were not physically in the room. Is that correct?
For disruptions 2 and 3, when they began, I was not physically present in the room, but I could hear them on the live video of the meeting.
Then how could you say for certain that you could identify me immediately through those recordings?
I, after the meeting, reviewed the YouTube video recording of the meeting, as well as then the body camera footage of the meeting that we just walked through. And it was based on those reviewing of those recordings that I believe that we determined that you were the cause of and participated in each of those 3 disruptions.
So through those exhibits that we witnessed, did you hear any other voices and people disrupt in the exhibits that we saw?
Yes.
Are we able to reference, again, a video? I want to show something specifically that I saw.
Yeah, if you know which video you'd like to see, we can have that shared by our clerk. So, and we've got exhibits 1 through 6. And I can tell you exhibit 1 was the YouTube recording, which started out with Miss Johnson, the city clerk. And that was played at various times.
I believe whether it was the body cam, I'm not sure which one it was, but I saw an individual stand up and obstruct the pathway and therefore create an obstruction towards like fire safety. So I just wanted to reference that point, but I don't remember exactly where that video was, if that was a body cam or if that was a YouTube video, if we can reference that.
So do you know what time you're concerned with? We'll pull up exhibit 1, and then if you know what time, that's the YouTube video. If you have a time reference, then I can ask our clerk to
Yeah, let me see
pull
if I
that
can.
up. So let's pull up exhibit 1 as a starting point.
I'm happy to drive, Your Honor, if that is okay with Ms. Silva and yourself, because I've got everything all pulled up here, and she can just tell me which number to go to, and I'm happy to do that.
I have no objection to that. Ms. Silva, is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm sharing exhibit 1, which is the YouTube video of the council meeting. I don't know.
It could have been during the second disruption, a purported disruption.
Yeah, purported disruption, because it wasn't, clear that it was a disruption. It's allegedly a disruption.
3:23:14.
No, I think that's the last one.
The third incident?
No, the second incident.
This is disruption number 2 from the court's notes.
Okay, that is, I believe, where I have it paused.
Okay.
I can hit play here if you'd like, Ms. Silva.
Yes, please press play.
And so here's where I'm going to pass it off to Abby from Rios and take it away on what we heard from the community.
Thanks, Jeremy. As mentioned, I'm an urban designer with Rios, and our firm is thrilled to be.
You pause for just a second. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to be quiet in the audience so that we can listen to the presentation.
Actually, I think I may have found it on my desktop. I think it was the first incident. So Mr. Reynolds, if you can take us back to that.
So that would be at 3:23:18.
I think we were just at 3:23.
2:32:18. 2:32:18.
I don't think we'll be able, no, because this specific incident does not include any visuals of me, so it has to be a body cam. Yes, there we go, right there. Okay, sorry, I just want to reference this while I pause again.
This is exhibit 2.
So we're looking at exhibit 2.
Okay, Mr. M, can you, how would I word this? does it, let me see how I'd frame this. I want to call attention to the individual standing up and the fact that he is breaking rules of decorum here by blocking a passageway. I'm not sure how I would ask Mr. M about that.
So you can ask Mr. Mestruck, you can ask him the question, does he see an individual who's blocking the pathway or aisleway?
Mr. M, do you see an individual standing up, blocking a pathway and creating disruption according to the rules of decorum?
I do see an individual in a white hat there standing up, but I do not believe that he is violating the rules of decorum in this exact moment.
And in this incident, actually, if we can maybe start a little bit previously and let it roll for a minute.
I'm at 1:30 in the video, 30 seconds after the sound comes on. Is that where you would like it?
Yes.
And would you like me to hit play here?
Please.
Okay.
Absolutely spineless.
Walk away.
Sooner or later, you guys will have to face the reality.
How do you sleep at night?
Pause. Mr. M, do you hear other voices also speaking out in this incident?
During the video that we just watched, I believe this is after the recess has been called, and yes, I hear other people speaking.
And if we move, a little bit before 1:45, I think if we just want to start from the beginning.
The very beginning of the video?
Yes, because press play.
Okay.
They're being so
Actually,
accommodating.
I'm not sure if this is the best video to showcase what I want to communicate and share. So can we go back to the YouTube video recording, please?
That'll be exhibit 1.
Yes, please. And I think this was the conclusion of staff and the conclusion of public comment. Let me see. Okay, can we start at 2:30:54, please?
Yes. 2:30:45, is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm playing from 2:30:45.
We have Mari, Juliet Bird, or Evan Ravitz in the audience. If not, that concludes our open comment. Nuria or Teresa, do you have anything you would like to add?
Sure, thank you. As always, we appreciate when community comes and shares your opinions. There are a couple things about that require staff follow-up. Michelle, thank you for sharing your insights. I'll be following up with BPD about what you have brought forward, so know that I'll be doing that. I also understand there's some folks that talked today about what we're doing with wildland safety, and I know we're going to be discussing that on May 15th more robustly at second reading. I know there was a caller who spoke today about forestry. I want to say, first of all, that our OSMP staff, our director, has been speaking with Mr. Schlossberg directly. I also want to say that I know our staff has been looking into our forest ecosystem management plan and our community wildfire protection plan. And I trust in the work they're doing, but they have been reaching out directly there. And that is all I have for you.
Thank you so much, Nuria, for your always dedication and hard work. Teresa?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you as well. With please quiet in the audience. This is open comment is concluded and we need to move on with city business. I'm going to have to call a recess.
We demand an answer. This cannot go on as usual. Business cannot go on as
This is a disruption of our city council meeting and we cannot proceed with business. I am calling a recess to our meeting.
Mr. Reynolds, can you please pause the video?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. M, the two staff members who were able to address public comment, can you please share a little bit about the content of how they responded or the content of their message?
The two individuals that spoke there in the video is the city attorney and the city manager. In the council rules of procedure, the way the flow of open comment works is after open comment is concluded, the council will turn to the city manager and city attorney for any response to open comment. And then once they conclude that, the council then moves on to their next agenda item. And so that what we saw in the video was the city manager and the city attorney responding to anything that they chose to address based on open comment.
Sure. And how many individuals are able to speak during public comment? Not all at once, but how many participants are public comment? How many folks can speak at public comments?
I believe there are 20 slots available for open comment.
And how many of those people that spoke out shared a message in relation to the Palestinian genocide?
I don't know the answer to that question. I did not tally what the subject matter was of each person that spoke.
Maybe we can kind of go back and do a tally to see what was the majority of what was being spoken out about. And I have that during my evidence, but I'm not sure if we can, or I have that information readily available, if I can share that as well.
You'll be allowed to during your case in chief if you choose to, although there may be a relevance objection, but anything that you want to present, you'll have the opportunity to present during your case.
Okay, let me see how I would frame this. Mr. M, what would you say was the majority of public comment? What was the theme of public comment during the April 17th meeting?
I'm going to object to the relevance of that question.
What is the relevance to the determination that I have to make here today, Ms. Silva?
It ties back to the two individuals, the staff members addressing public comment, which they didn't, based on the majority of public comments that were being brought up, the theme.
But how is it relevant to what I have to decide, which is whether you violated section 5518?
Because I was then trying to ask Boulder City Council when public comment would be addressed. The majority of public comment.
Objection sustained. It's too far removed from what I have to decide as to whether or not there was a majority or not a majority, or what the themes were in open comment. The only thing I have to decide is whether the rules of decorum were broken or a rule of an order of the presiding officer was violated, and then whether or not that resulted in a suspension that I find to be an appropriate suspension.
Okay, sure. Then let's backtrack then. When when the two staff members concluded their address back to public comment, were they in the middle of business? Did business just flow straight through? Mr. M.
Yes, at the conclusion of open comment, the next agenda item for the city council meeting is then the consent agenda. So the meeting was not paused or adjourned at that time, so we were still in the middle of an active meeting.
Would you say that between the next business item, there was a point of pause between business items?
No, there's no pause between agenda items or a period of time where there is additional testimony allowed in a city council meeting. As the council moves from open comment to the next agenda item, which is their consent agenda, there's no additional comment time. The only comment time that's available in city council meetings for members of the public is during open comment when you're called on by the presiding officer, or during a public hearing, when again, you are called on by the presiding officer to address the council.
So if we listen back to the moment in which I addressed Boulder City Council, would you say that how would I communicate this? Mr. M, but the staff members had concluded their address to public comment, is that correct? So they were no longer speaking anymore.
In the video that we watched the city manager and the city attorney make their response to anything in open comment. And then as soon as that concluded, then the presiding officer and the council would proceed on to their next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. And so the disruption that occurred was a disruption of the city council meeting as it was interrupting the meeting itself. There was no pause or recess in the meeting or no time for open comment.
Who was the last person to speak during the end of public comment with the staff members?
The city attorney, and then the presiding officer, Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts, thanked the city attorney and was beginning to proceed on to the next agenda item.
That is incorrect.
Objection testimony.
Sustained. Do you have a question for him?
Yeah, I asked him who was the next person. Well, one, I wanted to see who is the last person to discuss during when the pro temp gestured over to the staff members. Who was the last staff member to speak? That's what I wanted to get at.
I believe, based on my recollection of just watching the video, that it was the city attorney. Teresa Tate was the last staff member to speak, but I'm happy to watch the video again if that's helpful.
No, that's fine. And who was the next person that spoke in that meeting?
After the city attorney said that she had no comment, then it went back to Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts to thank her and move on to the next agenda item, I believe.
My question is, who was the next person to speak in that meeting, in that room?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Yeah, maybe we can just review the footage back just when Teresa concludes and we hear the next voice speak out.
If at first you don't get the answer you want, ask again.
You could play it from 2:32:22. This looks like it's a good spot.
That's fine.
Please, quiet in the
Oh, no,
audience.
All right, sorry. Try it from here.
And that is all I have for you.
Thank you so much, Nuria, for your always dedication and hard work. Teresa?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you as well. With please quiet in the audience. This is open comment is concluded
pause.
and we need to move on with city business.
So the next voice to speak out, who was the next voice to speak out, Mr. M?
I believe what I watched in that video was then the city attorney saying that she had no comment. The mayor pro tem then said, thank you, and was beginning to say with that, I believe to say we're moving on to the next agenda item. And that is when I heard your interruption. The interruption began of the city council meeting, where then the mayor pro tem asked the audience to be quiet.
Mr. M, when I spoke out, did you hear what I was inquiring about?
I have listened to that, and I was sitting in the room at that time. I don't recall exactly what you were asking, but it was a time period in the meeting where members of the audience are not permitted to speak.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. M, why would someone speak out of turn during business items?
There is, according to the council rules of procedure and the rules of conduct for the meeting, there is no time that a community member can speak during the meeting other than when they are recognized and called upon by the hearing officer or the presiding officer, which would be a time during either open comment or during a public hearing on a public hearing agenda item.
Can you speculate what I was inquiring about potentially based off of my first purported interruption?
I'm going to just object because the question calls for speculation.
Sustained. He can't state what might be in your mind.
Sure. Well, then I really want Mr. M to hear then, or I think maybe there's also a transcript, or maybe I can help kind of fill in the gaps, but I would really love for us to hear that again. So we could hear the beginning of the.
I'll allow Mr. Reynolds to play it one more time, but we're treading over ground that's largely irrelevant to the court. So I'll let it be played one more time, and then we've got to move on to something more relevant.
Okay.
And so the same clip that we just saw, Ms. Silva, you'd like to play?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And that is all I have for you.
Thank you so much, Nuria, for your always dedication and hard work. Teresa?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you as well. With please quiet in the audience. This is open comment is concluded and we need to move on with city business. I'm going to have to call a recess. This is a disruption of our city council meeting and we cannot proceed with business. I am calling a recess to our meeting.
You can pause, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. M, were you able to pick up any of my beginning statement?
I was able to pick up pieces and parts of it, I believe.
Can you relay back any of those pieces that you may have heard?
I believe that as you were speaking out of turn and the mayor pro tem was asking you to stop speaking, I did hear comments that things like business cannot go on as usual was one phrase that I think I heard someone say. And we demand an answer maybe was another one that I heard. Those were maybe the two that I most clearly caught.
Yeah, and if I can fill in the blanks, the very, very beginning is we want to hear when our
Objection, this is testimony.
Sustained. You can only ask questions, not testify.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. M, are city council members allowed to address public comment at any point during the meeting?
They are.
Is it common that they do so?
It occurs at the end of the meeting according to the council rules of procedure, when they have an opportunity to respond to anything said in open comment, and they are time limited to 2 minutes each for themselves. And there are some times where city council members will choose to respond to something said at open comment.
Would you say that's fair for public city comment or public city officials to respond to public comment, but public community members in public comment can't respond or ask questions back to their city council members?
I'm going to object to the relevance of that question.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
Remember, the only thing this hearing is about whether or not she deserved a 60-day suspension from city council meetings for being disruptive. That's it.
That's fine. I think this is just my attempt in trying to bring that up is to show that I'm trying to inquire about when my public comment would be addressed. And there is it's not clear when public comment would be addressed. And so maybe this is a good time to look at the rules or the rules of decorum or the communication sent. And maybe Mr. M, you can help identify where does it say specifically when public comment would be addressed.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that. I understand that Ms. Silva wants an answer to that, but it's just not, in the city's opinion, relevant to this determination.
It's not relevant to the court's determination. As I said at the outset, what's relevant to me is whether there was a violation of section 5518 and whether the suspension was proper. Whether or not someone has the opportunity to be heard or responded to by the city council isn't relevant to that determination. So I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, that's fine. Then I don't think I have any more questions in regards to the evidence that Mr. Reynolds provides. I think I would now want to share the evidence that I submitted.
All right, so you're done asking questions of Mr. Meschuk?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, any other questions from you for Mr. Meschuk, Mr. Reynolds?
No, Your Honor, we don't have any redirect. Okay,
so Mr. Meschuk is now no longer on the witness stand. Does anybody need Mr. Meschuk to stay, or can we release him from his requirement to testify here today?
I mean,
I'll start with Mr. Reynolds first.
I would release him from any requirement to be here.
Ms. Silva, do you anticipate having any other questions for Mr. Meschuk?
Yeah, I did want to ask him some questions about the evidence that I submitted.
Okay, so you're gonna do it in your case in chief. You want to perhaps recall him about exhibits that you're going to introduce.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll just ask him to stick around then.
Thank you.
Is the city done presenting its evidence?
It is, Your Honor. Depending on how Ms. Silva would like to present her case, if she chooses to present a case, I'm happy to message Mr. Meschuk to hop on Zoom rather than having him wait on Zoom and watch. So he would be the virtual equivalent of me going out to the hallway to grab him.
So let me just check, since you've rested your case, Mr. Reynolds, Ms. Silva, it will be your opportunity now to present your case. Do you anticipate calling yourself as a witness at all or not?
No.
So the exhibits that you have, exhibits A through, I believe it's L, or let me just take a quick look at A through L. Those are your exhibits. They have not been admitted into evidence yet. As you heard Mr. Reynolds, he asked questions of Mr. Meschuk. Mr. Meschuk was able to identify each of the exhibits, and then they were tendered for admission. How do you anticipate getting your exhibits admitted? Are you going to call someone to identify what they are?
Yeah, I was hoping to ask Mr. M about them.
Mr. Meschuk, okay. So if that's the case, then we could turn to your evidence presentation, and you can call him back to the witness stand, and then you can see if he can identify various exhibits, and then you can ask him questions. So with respect to your question, Mr. Reynolds, it looks like from what I'm hearing from Ms. Silva is the first person she's going to call, and perhaps the only person she's going to call to testify is going to be Mr. Meschuk. Is that right, Ms. Silva?
Correct.
All right. So although it could have been done in some form of cross-examination, we'll just do it in this way. So Mr. Meschuk, I'll just ask you to unmute your microphone again, enable your video. And I'll remind you that you are still under oath. You're on the witness stand still. And so now it's for the case in chief for Ms. Silva. Ms. Silva, if you have questions, and if you're going to refer to an exhibit, just identify what it is. Mr. Reynolds, are you going to be able to pull those up, or would you like our clerk to pull them up?
I've just downloaded them all, so I'm happy to share my screen with with Ms. Silva's exhibits.
Okay.
She doesn't want to testify, but she wanted to testify through the entire hearing so far. If she calls herself as a witness, that would be the proper time to testify.
And Ms. Silva, does that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So you can begin by asking questions for Mr. Meschuk. If you are wanting him to address an exhibit, indicate what the letter is for the exhibit, and then you can ask him questions so that if he can identify it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Here, sorry, let me pull up this document here real quick. I can kind of walk through with folks. Can we pull up, Mr. Reynolds, please, exhibit B, please?
Exhibit B, yes.
Thank you. Mr. M, can you please share what the Productive Atmospheres page is that's part of the City of Boulder's website?
Yes, what I think I'm looking at on the screen here appears to be a screenshot of the city website, and specifically a page on the Productive Atmospheres initiative that the city has. And the Productive Atmospheres initiative is one that we have been working on with the community for several years to try and ensure that atmospheres in which the community and the city are working together, that they are ones that are productive and respectful and welcoming for all.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for reading that or giving us that background context. Mr. Reynolds, can you scroll down towards the vision of the Productive Atmosphere work?
Let's pause for just a moment, just so I can get it admitted. Any objection to the admission of Exhibit B, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes, Your Honor. I was about to object to the relevancy of this exhibit.
You want to tell us why it's relevant, Ms. Silva?
Yeah, it's relevant because I feel like the values and the vision set forth here were not aligned with how I was treated during April 17th's meeting. And so I just want to show a misalignment with what I was expecting from public comment that I did not receive.
Objection sustained. The issue again for me is whether or not there was a violation, not necessarily why you may have acted the way you did or did not act, but your motivation or reasoning for a potential violation of the rules is not relevant to the court's determination of whether there was a violation. So Exhibit B will not be admitted. You can move on if you'd like to another exhibit or however you want to proceed.
Okay, that's fine. Let me go through my lovely evidence here. Okay, well, I think I want to, kind of calling back to my opening statement, I would like to show a system of, or a pattern, I should say, of disrespect and discrimination that I'm very concerned of. Is that something I can bring up to show the discrepancy between different suspensions?
Yes, that could be relevant.
Okay, sounds good. Then I will bring up, if we can pull up appellant or exhibits D, E, F, and G, please, Mr. Reynolds.
Why don't we just start with one of them? Which one would you like to start with?
Let's start with D.
Exhibit D, if you'll pull that up, Mr. Reynolds.
Here, I believe is exhibit.
Mr. M, do you know who this individual is?
I believe I do.
Can you please name or identify this individual?
Let's start with identifying what he sees on the screen so we can decide whether it's admissible or not.
Got it. Thank you. Can you please tell us what you're seeing on the screen, Mr. M?
What I believe I see is a screenshot of the city council meeting recording. This screenshot looks like it's the recording from the March 20th, 2025 council meeting. And it is an individual standing at the podium speaking during agenda item 2, which is open comment.
What is this or sorry, excuse me, before I go that, do I then, Your Honor, move this to be?
Yeah. Why don't, can you tell us briefly what you think really briefly what you think the purpose of this will show?
To show the different, to show folks who have been suspended, the common thread of the folks who have been suspended from Boulder City Council.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds, any objection to Exhibit D?
I would object to the relevance. I don't see how a screenshot from a March 20th meeting of this gentleman holding up a disturbing image is relevant to this proceeding. It sounds like maybe that she could ask Mr. Mestrick questions about this person, but I don't see the relevance of this picture.
The relevance?
I'm going to allow it, so you don't have to do any further argument. I'm going to allow Exhibit D. Obviously, it may not be to the specifics of, but it does allow the witness to identify the individual. So Exhibit D will be. And you can ask questions now about it.
Okay, thank you. So going back to my original question, Mr. M, you do recognize who this individual is that correct?
I do believe I do.
And can you make up what this individual is holding up?
The individual is holding up a sign that's got some text and a photograph on it, I believe.
Can you make up what that photograph is?
I am not 100% confident in what the photograph is, no.
Can you make up what the text of the shirt this individual has on him?
I am see words or letters on the t-shirt, but some of it's covered up, so I'm not confident in what it says.
I see a $2 Hanes undershirt with Sharpie written on it.
Okay. Is this individual suspended from Boulder City Council, Mr. M?
This individual did receive a suspension notice for a violation of the municipal campus rules of conduct and is currently suspended from the Penfield Tate II municipal building.
Okay, thank you. And does this individual come to speak up at Boulder City Council public comment often in your experience, Mr. M?
I have seen this individual at city council meetings before, yes.
What does he come to speak about at public comment, Mr. M?
I am not confident in being able to characterize what he comes to speak about.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on to the next exhibit, Exhibit E. Thank you.
Okay, I believe I'm now sharing Appellant's Exhibit E.
Mr. M, can you please tell us what you're seeing in this screenshot right here?
This appears to be a screenshot of the city council meeting recording from April 17th of 2025, and appears to be a screenshot of you standing at the podium during agenda item number 2, open comment.
And, okay, now I move to put this into evidence. Is that where I do this?
That's correct. Mr. Reynolds, any objection to Exhibit E?
No objection.
Exhibit E will be admitted.
Thank you. Mr. M, do you recall the content of my public comment? And based off the conversation that we're having now?
I am sorry, I do not recall the content of your testimony during open comment.
That's fine. Mr. M, am I suspended currently from attending physically Boulder City Council public comment meetings?
Your suspension from the Penfield Tate II municipal building prohibits you from entering the building, but does not prohibit you from participating in city council meetings by testifying virtually.
Sure, thank you. Let's move on to the Exhibit F, please, Mr. Reynolds.
Certainly. Okay, I think I'm sharing Appellant Exhibit F here.
Mr. M, can you tell us what you're seeing in the screenshot right here?
What I see in this screenshot appears to be a screenshot of the video recording of the Boulder City Council meeting from March 20th, 2025, and as an individual speaking at the podium during agenda item number 2, open comment.
Can you identify this individual?
I can.
Do you know who this individual is, Mr. M?
I do.
And do they participate in public comment on a frequent basis?
I have seen this individual participate in city council meetings in the past.
Great. Do you recall the content of the grievance that they bring up during public comment?
I apologize. I don't recall all the details of individuals that testify. So no, I couldn't characterize one individual person's testimony at city council meetings.
Sure. Is this individual suspended from physically attending the building at Boulder City Council?
This individual did receive a suspension from the Penfield Tate II municipal building for violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus rules of conduct.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to the last exhibit within this section, Exhibit G, please.
Was F ever admitted? I didn't take that down.
well, it hadn't been moved for admission, but do you have any objection to Exhibit F, Mr. Reynolds?
I mean, I'm not seeing the relevant of showing other people who have been suspended. Mr. Meschik has testified he doesn't recall the content of their open comment testimony. And so just showing images of other people who have been suspended, I'm not sure what that adds to this proceeding.
Sure.
I'm going to allow Exhibit F, I'll admit it, and then it'll be important for someone to provide some evidence that I can consider with respect to all of the exhibits B through G if G gets admitted. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and allow Exhibit F, and we'll see what relevance it has.
Okay, thank you.
And if you're ready for Exhibit G, we can have that put on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't know we were, okay. G.
Mr. M, can you please describe what you're seeing in the screenshot here?
I believe what this is a screenshot of the Boulder City Council meeting recording from March 20th, 2025, and is an individual standing at the podium during agenda item number 2, open comment.
Do you know who this individual is, Mr. M? Or sorry, excuse me, sorry, backtrack. I'd like to move this into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit G?
Lodge the same relevancy objection, but understand likely overruled.
I'll overrule the objection. Exhibit G will come in. Again, what relevance, weight I give to it will depend on it, some relevance being established by the evidence that's presented today. So Exhibit G is admitted. You can continue asking questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. M, do you know who this individual is?
I believe I do.
Have they been suspended from Boulder City Council from physically entering Boulder City Council building?
This individual did receive a suspension from the Penfield Tate, the second municipal building, for violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct. I do believe, based on my recollection, but I'm going from memory here, is that this individual suspension has ended.
Okay, thank you. No more questioning or no more questions on Exhibit G.
Okay. You could continue on if you have other questions for Mr. Meschik.
Mr. M, how many people have been suspended from Boulder City Council this year?
No one has been suspended from the city council meeting. People have only been suspended from the Penfield Tate, the second municipal building, to attending or physically being present in the building.
Okay, yeah, excuse me, my wording is off. To the latter of your statement, how many people have been suspended from physically entering the building name I forgot what it is, but can you please tell us the number of folks that have been suspended from the building?
My recollection is that there have been 4 individuals suspended from the Penfield Tate, the second municipal building, for violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct in 2025.
Okay, and what was the extent of, or what was the length of Okay, that's fine. I think I would want to bring other evidence now to kind of continue to frame my next line of asking or
Are
question.
there more questions for Mr. Meschik?
Yes.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back. Can we please see Exhibit I, please, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes. And Exhibit I. Here it is.
Mr. M, can you tell me what you're seeing here?
I see that this is a facility suspension notice for the Penfield Tate, the second municipal building. And this is a notice that was issued to Eric Gross on April 4th of 2025.
I would like to move this to evidence.
Objection to Exhibit I, Mr. Reynolds.
No objection.
Exhibit I will be admitted.
Thank you. Mr. M, can you please identify what is the length of suspension for Mr. Gross?
30 days.
And can you please, based off what you're saying here, state the type of suspension Eric Gross received?
This suspension notice is a suspension for 30 days from the Penfield Tate II Municipal Building for a violation of 5-5-18 of the Boulder Revised Code. And in the additional information, it describes how this individual disrupted and impeded government operations at the April 3rd, 2025 City Council meeting.
What violation did what rule violation did he break?
Rule 20 of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
And how many times, based off of this suspension notice, was Mr. Gross how many times was Mr. Gross what's the word? What am I trying to say? Called in or identified for obstruction during the meeting?
There was one time that is described in this additional information box that we can see here on the screen.
I'm seeing something differently. I'm not sure if I can see that, but let's continue forward. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Let's continue to, sorry, let me see which one this one is. Nope, I want this one. Let's move to Exhibit J, please, Mr. Reynolds.
All right, I'm sharing what's been marked as appellant's Exhibit J.
Alrighty, Mr. M, can you please describe what you're seeing here with this window share, screen share?
What I see is a facility suspension notice for the Penfield Tate II Municipal Building that was issued to you, Frida Silva, for behavior on April 17th, 2025.
And what violation, what rule of decorum did I violate?
In the additional information about the violation box, there are 3 disruptions that are described, each of which is a violation of Rule 20 of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct, which is impeding, obstructing, or interfering with government operations.
And what is the length of my suspension?
60 days.
Thank you. And Mr. M, how many times have I participated in public comment?
I don't know if I could answer that question confidently. I don't know if I could recall all of the speaker lists.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move over to Exhibit K, please, Mr. Reynolds.
Pause for a moment. Any objection to Exhibit J, Mr. Reynolds?
No objection. It appears to be the same thing as People's Exhibit 6.
Exhibit J will be admitted, but it is duplicate of Exhibit 6, but we'll admit both.
And Ms. Silva, which exhibit would you like me to move to here?
I think it's Exhibit K, please.
Okay. I believe I'm showing appellant's Exhibit K here.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Mr. M, can you please describe what you're seeing here through the screen share?
I believe what I see here is a suspension notice for the Penfield Tate II municipal building that was issued to Lada Gonzalez for behavior on March 20th, 2025.
And what is, and I would like to move this to evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit K, Mr. Reynolds?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit K will be admitted.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And can you please describe the violation or what Ms. Gonzalez violated, the rules of decorum?
In this suspension notice, I believe if we scroll down, it goes over, I think, 2 pages, but this describes the meeting of March 20th, 2025, or the date of March 20th. And there were 3 times where the rules of conduct for the building were violated. The first was a violation of Rule 10 and Rule 20 of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct. The second was for Rule 20, as well as the third disruption for Rule 20.
And what was the length of her suspension?
60 days.
Thank you. Let's move to the last exhibit, please, Mr. Reynolds. Exhibit L specifically.
I believe I'm displaying appellant's Exhibit L.
Correct. Mr. M, can you please describe what you're seeing in the screen share right here?
What I see is a suspension notice for the Penfield Tate II municipal building that was issued to Patty Fuste Aguilera for the date of March 20th, 2025 for violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
And what was the violation that they broke of, what was the violation of the rules of decorum?
There was 1 violation of the rules of decorum for Rule 20 of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
And what was the length of their suspension?
30 days.
And why is there, Mr. M, can you please describe what warrants a 60-day suspension versus a 30-day suspension?
The difference of 30 days to 60 days for these various suspensions has to do with the number of violations that occurred. So 1 violation is typically a time period of 30 days, and then it escalates from that. And our practice has been for 2 or 3 violations is typically in the range of 60 days.
And how many people out of the 4 that have been suspended this year received 30-day suspensions?
My recollection is 2.
So therefore, how many people received 60-day suspensions?
My recollection is 2.
Mr. M, did you know that the folks who received 60-day suspension are the folks who have been suspended are women of color? Are you familiar, or do you know that?
I do not know that.
Did you know that the folks who received 30-day suspension are white people?
I do not know that.
Mr. M, do you find that problematic at all, that there is seems to be a pattern of discrimination here between the types of suspensions that are given out to women of color versus white individuals?
I'm going to object because it's not relevant and it's getting at a legal conclusion that the court might make. It sounds like Ms. Silva is going to be arguing some sort of discrimination or disparate treatment, which the court would have to find. But Mr. Meschek's opinion on whether or not that's problematic is not relevant. That would be a legal conclusion that the hearing officer would make.
Sustained, but make sure that Ms. Silva understands, although the witness himself can't give a legal opinion or to comment as to whether he sees a pattern of discrimination, you have the opportunity to argue that there is a pattern of discrimination or disparate treatment. You can do that in your closing statement if you choose to, or if you decide to testify, you can offer your own perspective of what you think has occurred. But I'm going to sustain the objection because he's not in a position to answer the question or give a legal opinion.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Okay, I would like to move to a different piece of evidence now, if that's okay.
Sure.
I would like to bring up Exhibit C.
So I brought up what has been marked in the system as Appellant Exhibit C, the Google Drive link here. Hesitant to
Why don't you click on it and open it, and then we'll pause it before, and then we'll allow Ms. Silva to ask questions of Mr. Meschek.
Okay.
Okay, we can see Exhibit C. If you have questions for Mr. Meschek before we play it, we'll have to have it admitted. So you'll have to lay some foundations with respect to that exhibit.
Sure. And when you say lay foundation, do you mean like give a little bit of background context as to what this video is?
Well, you have to ask him if he knows what it is. Because you have to have somebody who's testifying identify an exhibit for it to be admissible.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Mr. M, can you please describe in detail what you're seeing here based off the preview of this video?
Based on the image that I see on the screen, what I see is what appears to be the north vestibule of the Penfield Tate II Municipal Building with some individuals and some police officers standing in the vestibule.
I would like to move this into evidence, please.
Mr. Reynolds?
At this time, I would object to the relevancy, but would be open to an offer of proof from Ms. Silva as to the relevancy of this video, because it's possible we might not object despite no proper foundation or such. I'm certain that Ms. Silva sent this to me, but I actually would admit that I have not seen this video. So I'm just curious as to what it is.
So I think that's to allow him the opportunity. Do you want to give a brief offer of what you think this will be about, Ms. Silva?
Yeah, very much kind of like my previous line of asking. I wish to show a pattern of discrimination, of unfair treatment and behavior at Boulder City Council meetings.
But what is this actually going to show? It'll show, it looks like that might be Sergeant Iquo, but what is it going to show that occurs?
Yeah, a form of hostile treatment by, a swath of police officers there that make individuals, community members feel unsafe, and also just physical aggression that's being displayed as a result of Boulder City Council members hiring police to, patrol and monitor heavily the space.
My biggest part with her playing the race card, and she actually says it in one place where she says that it was all because of her being a brown person. Well, in her own evidence with the screenshots of the video of the other people who've been suspended, they were white. So you weren't only suspended because you're a brown person. You were suspended because you were a disruptive. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. It was an Australian word. They sprinkle it on like sprinkles on ice cream.
Mr. Reynolds?
I don't believe that's relevant to the hearing officer's determination for this case. You know, if Ms. Silva has a complaint about police conduct, then there's more appropriate avenues to air that. But just based off of that offer of proof, we would object to the relevancy.
From the court's perspective on this one, because it doesn't involve anybody from city council or the city manager who would have been involved in excluding or issuing the suspension notice, I don't see its relevance to the proceedings here. There's a difference between suspension notices, the four that you had introduced, and the testimony that you asked Mr. Meschuk to give on those 4 suspension notices, because that actually came from the city manager's office. This is purports to be actions by a police officer who was not involved in the issuance of a suspension notice. So I'm going to find that Exhibit C is not admissible.
Your Honor, is it okay if we take a 5-minute break, 5-10-minute break?
We can. We've been at this for a little over 2 hours. We'll take a break till 2:30. It's 2:21 now. We'll take a break till 2:30, and we'll come back on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that both Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Silva are back, but let's just double check and see. Looks like both are. Terrific. We have Mr. Meschuk still on the stand, and I'll just remind him that he's still under oath. And Ms. Silva, you can begin. I think you had pulled up Exhibit C, or were going to pull up Exhibit C, and that may have been one that I said was not admissible. So
Correct.
That's where we had left off. But you can continue.
Yeah, I would like to continue to question Mr. M about another subject, if that's fine.
Sure.
Men and because you had brought it up, Mr. Reynolds, I'm very curious. Mr. M, is there police presence during Boulder City public comment meetings?
Can you clarify your question for me just to make sure I answer it correctly?
Yeah, just a yes or no. Is there police presence at public comment meetings?
We always typically have at least one police officer that attends all Boulder City Council business meetings.
Okay. And prior, you mentioned when you were under oath that you have slowly been increasing police presence during public comment meetings. Is that correct?
The city typically has 1 or 2 officers that attend each meeting. And more recently, as there have been additional disruptions to the meeting, or there have been times when members of the community have been shouting at each other, that the police department has increased staffing just to make sure that they can cover all areas of the building, is my understanding.
Okay. How many police officers are usually now on scene during public comment meetings?
In recent meetings of the Boulder City Council, there have been between 3 and 6.
During the last public meeting, how many police officers were present?
At the April 17th meeting, I believe there were 6 officers present.
6. And how do you determine how many police officers you need during public comment meetings?
I don't know the answer to that question. That's a decision that's made by the police department.
So the police department determines how many police are needed at public comment meetings?
It is my understanding that the police department determines what the exact staffing level would be, with the intent, as they have described it to me, is that they want to make sure that they have adequate coverage for the building, which includes the 2 floors, the city council chambers, as well as the lobby.
Okay, so that's not determined by Boulder City Council members.
It is not.
It's determined by Boulder City Police.
Correct. It's my understanding that the police department makes the decision on how many officers will be staffing the city council meetings.
Sure. And during a meeting that is about engaging in discourse, engagement with communities, why is there a need for police presence there, according to Boulder City Council members?
I don't think I can speak for Boulder City Council members. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to, I do have some questions for you, Mr. M, in regards to, I want to look back real quick at the YouTube video, and kind of reference what we're seeing in that first incident, please. And maybe I can bring this up. Let me see if I can.
I've got the People's Exhibit 1, which is the YouTube video shared here, if that works for you, Ms. Silva.
The video that we've already watched like 3 times or 4, that video?
Yeah, that's great. If we can show incident 1 again from the beginning, and then I just afterwards will conduct my line of questioning.
232:18, so the first alleged disruption. 232.
230:54.
230:54. Okay, I'll do my best here. How about 230:29? It's kind of close as I can get there. I'll just hit play here. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because of the city manager amended this policy that they are able to suspend people at the city chambers. Okay, so like this is so shameful. 8 hours.
Thank you, Patty. We have, do we have Mari, Juliet Bird, or Evan Ravitz in the audience? If not, that concludes our open comment. Nuria or Teresa, do you have anything you would like to add?
Sure, thank you.
I'm just going to object to cumulative at this point. We've seen this particular clip now maybe 4 or 5 times.
Mr. Reynolds, would it be beneficial if we saw the body cam of this incident instead?
Well, let's address the objection. What was the purpose of showing this again? Because I have now seen it multiple times, and we'll have the opportunity to review it when I'm determining the issue here. What additional line of questioning do you have for Mr. Meschuk related to this?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of understand. One, I wanted to ask Mr. M about the different voices that spoke at a turn, and in regards to how their cases were dealt versus mine.
Are you saying that the suspensions occurred relating to that others who were speaking out of turn that day on this video, or you're just relating your own speaking at this moment?
Well, I'm not sure. I guess as we recall seeing this, multiple people spoke at a turn. So I just want to understand from Mr. M's perspective, how come they didn't receive suspensions and I, a brown woman, out of a sea of other white activists, they didn't receive a suspension, but I did.
So you, Mr. Mestick, if you can answer that question, that you can, I'm going to let that be the question, and you can answer that question if you.
But they did. She showed them herself.
If you know the answer.
In reviewing the video and the body camera footage from the April 17th meeting, because there were disruptions, we reviewed those to try and determine if there was an individual that caused or initiated those disruptions. And as we have described, especially if I recall correctly, in disruption number 2, there were multiple voices in that disruption. We were able to determine and review each of the videos and able to identify Ms. Silva in each of those 3 disruptions, which is why Ms. Silva received a suspension notice for violations of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
Mr. M, when people violate rules of decorum, are they suspended from physically going to the Boulder City Council building?
Can you restate your question for me? I just want to make sure I understand it.
Yeah, when community members who participate in person during public comment, if they break rules of decorum, if they are suspended from, when they do break rules of decorum, do they get suspended from participating in person?
If there are violations of the rules of decorum in a city council meeting, the presiding officer typically will ask that individual to stop whatever the behavior is. If that behavior continues, and it's typically after repeated requests by the presiding officer, if those don't stop, then typically the meeting has to be recessed. And individuals who have been suspended from the building are individuals who have typically violated, or I should say not typically, have violated the rules of conduct for the Boulder Municipal Campus, for the building itself. And in this case, a violation of Rule 20, which is an impeding, obstructing government operations.
And so based off that information you provided me, there were multiple people there who did speak out of turn, and none of them received suspensions. Is that correct?
In my review of the video of the meeting, as well as the body camera footage, I felt confident in being able to identify you, Ms. Silva, involved in each of those 3 disruptions, which is why we issued a suspension notice for violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
Mr. M, so you identified me as the main disruptor of Boulder City Council meeting agenda that day. Is that correct?
I was able to, in reviewing the video and the body camera footage, was able to identify you in each of those disruptions that resulted in recesses of the city council meeting.
And based off of the other people who spoke out of turn, who violated rules of decorum, you did not feel like they merited a suspension or it warranted for them to have a suspension, even though they did break the rules of decorum.
I was not confident in reviewing the video in my ability to be able to identify any other individuals that were participating in or speaking at the city council meeting on April 17th.
Mr. M, are you the only person who reviews these videos to make a determination of who gets suspended?
No.
Who else reviews these videos?
There are other city staff members that also review the videos, and our typical practice has been to talk those through and make sure that that we're being clear and ensure that what we observed in the meeting and what we observe in a replay of the videos results in a violation of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct before we consider issuing a suspension notice.
Are these other individuals that also review the said evidence, are they also Boulder City Council members?
No, no city council members are involved in the review or decision-making process for a suspension from the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct for the Penfield Tate Municipal Building.
Can you explain as to why that is? I'm just a little concerned as to people who are not in the meeting, you know, reviewing material that they did not experience or were not there in person to witness. So can you explain a little bit as to who these individuals are and why they are the ones specifically to review the evidence?
The decision to make a suspension from a city facility is a decision of the city manager. And as described in 5518 of the Boulder Revised Code, it's an administrative action and therefore a decision of the administration of the city. And it is typically city manager's office staff, including myself, that review and make the decisions. And the city manager is the one that makes the final decision on a suspension notice.
Who is the city manager?
The city manager is Nuria Rivera Vanderman.
Okay, so Nuria makes the final decision on who gets suspended and who doesn't.
That is correct.
And you mentioned other administrative individuals who are also part of the process of reviewing who gets suspended and who doesn't. Is that correct?
Yeah, we typically have multiple city staff that review the materials and the video, and it is typically other staff in the city manager's office.
Other staff in the city manager's office. Can you describe a little bit as to the roles of these other staff members?
I'm going to object to the relevancy of this line of questioning.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, what does disdain mean?
Sustained. That means his objection sustained, and you'll have to move on to something else.
Okay, that's fine. I did have just one last question in regards to police presence. Again, just like a concern with public safety. Is it okay if I go back to that and just have one last question for Mr. M in regards to that?
I'll let you, but it's probably not significantly relevant to the court because it doesn't impact my decision on what happened that day. But if you can be brief, you can go ahead.
Sure. I'm just curious as to when police is brought to Boulder City Council, who pays for them to be there?
Objection relevance.
The taxpayers! The ones that you're screwing over by wasting everybody's time.
Sustained.
Okay. Can I get a break to consult with my advisor, please?
How long are you talking about? Because we just had a break.
Sure, just 5 minutes.
we'll go off record for 2 minutes. I don't want to delay too long, but we'll take a 2-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Reynolds is here. We'll see if Ms. Silva is available.
And Mr. Mestrick has a hard stop at 3:30 today. Wanted to inform.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Reynolds. Ms. Silva and Mr. Mestrick, you're still under oath. Ms. Silva, if you'll continue.
Okay, sounds good. I would like to show other snippets of the YouTube video that's not the incidents that we reviewed multiple times. Is it okay if I reference that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to the YouTube video on timestamp 145, or excuse me, 149:41?
So just for the record, this is Exhibit 1.
Yes. Thank you. And we can, before we press play, Mr. M, can you describe what you're seeing in this still from this video?
Yes, what I see is the YouTube recording video of the April 17th, 2025 City Council meeting during agenda item number 2, open comment.
And can you talk a little bit about the individuals that you're seeing and what they're doing in this still?
I see one individual standing at the podium, and then there are some individuals in seats, and there is currently in this moment, I see one individual standing in the background.
And where are they standing in relation to where folks are seated, the person in the black shirt?
It looks like he's standing behind them.
Would you say they're standing in the middle of the pathway between the wall and where folks are supposed to be seated?
It looks like in this video, it's a little hard to tell from the angle exactly where the individual is standing, but based on my knowledge of the room, the rows of chairs ends right near where this individual is standing, and then there is an aisleway before you get to the wall.
And it looks like this individual is currently obstructing, based off the positioning, obstructing a pathway that breaks rules of decorum against fire safety. Why did this individual why did they not receive suspension for breaking rules of decorum?
Just looking at this still image, I don't probably have enough information to be able to answer that question.
Would this not be considered a fire hazard?
I will admit I am not an expert on the fire code. So I don't know and probably can't confidently say what would or would not be a fire hazard.
Mr. M, but you're supposed to be very familiar with the rules of decorum in order to identify who breaks them and who doesn't. So I'm concerned that you don't know if this is a fire hazard and breaks rules of decorum.
I'm going to object to the relevancy of this line of questioning. I think it's very tenuous relevance that other people might have had infractions here. That's been demonstrated. And so her asking Mr. Meschuk about her concern about his knowledge of the fire code is not relevant.
Okay.
I'll sustain that. Yeah, you can go on. You can ask other questions if you have them.
So, Mr. M, based off what you're seeing here in the still, are you not concerned by the individual in black that is standing up near the
Same
door?
objection. That was the same question.
How would I
Sustained.
Is there a way I can reframe that question?
Well, you're asking the witness to look at a screenshot and determine whether there's a violation of the rules of conduct or rules of decorum. And so he's looking at one moment in time, and then you're wanting for him to analyze that. If you want to play the video and then ask him a question about whether or not that constitutes a violation of rule of conduct, you can. But you have to do it in a more efficient way than belaboring the point for long stretches of time and keep asking the same question. So if you want to have the video played from there so we can see, so he has an idea of the length of time and other things, but you're asking someone to make a conclusion based on one shot in time, and make a determination as to why that person should or should not receive a suspension notice is not relevant to the court. It's not admissible at that stage. Perhaps if there's more opportunity for him to observe what occurred, then you can ask the question.
Okay, I apologize. I'm new to this and usually get to my point.
Yeah, why don't you just why don't we run the video
Yeah.
for 3 or 4 seconds and see what Mr. Meschuk sees?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm playing People's Exhibit 1.
For an end to the killing for the equal rights does not. Opposing Jewish supremacy is not anti-Semitic. We have all been witnessing an orgy of killing, sexual violence, false imprisonment, and torture and mutilation of
Okay, you can
doctors.
stop the video now. He's had a chance to see it. Ms. Silva, do you want to ask the question again?
Sure. Mr. M, are you able to see a better position as to where the individual that's standing in the black shirt, where they're positioned in regards to the room?
Based on watching that video, what I see is that individual standing, holding a sign. It does appear that the other arm of the individual is down. I can't tell if it's just down or if he's holding on to the top edge of a chair, but the individual is standing during the duration of that video clip that we watched.
Where specifically are they standing in relation to where folks are being seated?
It appears based on this angle that he's standing behind where some of at least the people in the camera frame are seated. And again, based on my knowledge of the room, there's that final row of chairs in that area, and then there's an aisleway before you get to the wall.
Okay, so would you say this individual is standing in the aisleway?
I'm not 100% confident exactly where his feet are, how close they are to the chair versus the aisleway and the wall based on this angle. So I don't want to kind of confidently, affirmatively answer one way or the other, but it is in that zone of where the chairs end and the aisleway begins before you get to the wall.
Okay, so if folks are not seated in chairs, then the obvious conclusion is that they're
Objection and testimony.
It's overruled. If you can, she's framing it as a question, so why don't you ask it again?
If folks are not seated in the chairs, then would you say they are, if they're not in their seated positions, then they are standing next to, standing in the pathway to get to the chairs?
Can you restate it one more time for me? I just want to make sure I'm answering the exact question that you're asking.
Sure, yeah, I'm not saying it correctly. I'm wondering, Mr. Reynolds, if you can help me frame the question in a more...
He can't do that. You have to ask the questions yourself.
Did she seriously just ask opposing counsel to help her make her argument? She really did that.
Oh, I thought Mr. Reynolds said that he can...
No, it's just your time to ask Mr. Meschuk questions, so you have to ask the questions.
Okay, sorry, let me try to be a little bit more clear here, Mr. M. So if folks are not in their seated position and are standing, where are they standing? What space are they standing in?
I object to the relevance. That it just we're getting a far afield here. This is my position.
Well, I just want to try to move us along because we've now spent almost 10 minutes trying to identify that there's someone standing in an aisleway. And I think the court can see that from the video, that there is an individual standing holding a sign in an aisleway, and Mr. Meschuk has identified that as the case. So I don't think we need any more description of what the person is doing. So if you want to ask a question as to why or why not that person was not suspended, you can ask that question. That's the only thing that would be relevant to this determination, is why that person was or was not suspended.
Okay. Mr. M, is this individual breaking rules of decorum by standing in an aisleway?
The city council rules of decorum for the building, and I don't have them right here in front of me, so I'm gonna paraphrase the rule, but it does talk about not obstructing or blocking aisleways that could be a violation of the fire code, or blocking the view of others, is my recollection of what the rule describes.
Okay, so if those are the rules of decorum, has this individual been suspended in the past, or been suspended based off of his action here?
To my knowledge, no.
And why is that not the case if he broke rules of decorum?
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about anyone else's conduct. We're talking about your conduct, which was really crappy.
I don't think I can speak to why or why not for a different individual. I didn't study this specific section of video. In general, what results in a suspension, and the suspension that we're talking about today, is actions that disrupted the city council meeting, where the hearing officer then intervened and asked an individual, and in this case yourself, to cease the action of the disruption. And in this case specifically, there were 3 disruptions with multiple requests at each one. The result of that was a recess of the meeting, and pausing and triggering a recess of the meeting results in a violation of Rule 20 of the Boulder Municipal Campus Rules of Conduct.
Okay, so based off of that, based off of your response, Mr. M, so there are certain folks who do break rules of decorum, but they don't necessarily disrupt business and therefore do not merit suspensions. Is that correct? So there's certain people who can break rules of decorum, and there's people who can break rules of decorum but don't get suspended, but there's people who do and they do get suspended.
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way in my understanding, and specifically the council rules of decorum and the meeting. It is the responsibility of the presiding officer to identify if there is a disruption or impediment to the meeting, and the hearing or the presiding officer, and as I've heard it many times in the meeting, applies those as evenly and fairly as they can, and so that, I feel like that's kind of my knowledge of how the system works.
Well, I don't think that's fair. Or the rules are
Objection, testimony.
Sustained.
Okay, let's move on to my last timestamp here. I'm sorry, bringing this up for reference. It is at 2:05:24, please.
Okay, so I got 2:05:10 is the best that I could do there. Would you like me to hit play or wait?
Yeah, let's hit play.
Okay.
And it showed, oh, I'm up.
Quiet, please, in the audience. Thank you, Jim. Evan Ravitz, you're up next Frida Silva, and then Michelle Rodriguez.
Okay, we can pause here. This is another instance of someone excuse me, let me backtrack this into a question. Mr. M, can you describe what you just witnessed in that short clip, please?
In that video clip, what I witnessed was the presiding officer of the meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts, concluding or thanking someone for concluding their comments. Then it appears that maybe somebody spoke out in the meeting, and the Mayor Pro Tem asked for quiet in the audience, and then moved on with the business. And I'm assuming, based on that, then the disruption stopped because she continued to move on with the business of the meeting.
Okay, and I think she may have addressed this individual, but another instance of someone speaking out of turn, did that person who spoke out of turn, did they receive a suspension?
I'm not sure exactly who she was referring to or speaking to, but there were no other individuals who received a suspension notice following this meeting.
Okay, let's move this along to the last one, 20548, please.
So this is 20543. Would you like me to press play?
Yeah, let's play and let's let it roll for a little bit.
Okay.
This mic is going to be important.
Okay, we can pause here.
Pause.
In that clip, Mr. M, can you describe what you're witnessing here? Or what you saw in that clip?
Yeah, in this clip, what I see is, again, it's during agenda item number 2, open comment of the April 17th meeting. And it appears that this might be when you're beginning your testimony during open comment.
Am I the only person here present in this still that you're seeing?
No, there's Sergeant Equo sitting in a chair, and then there's an individual standing against the wall behind you.
Okay, so would you say the individual here is in the aisleway standing?
This individual is standing next to the aisleway. Typically, if there is somebody who's like the next up to speak, there are times where they will wait further back away from the podium if they're the next speaker. And I believe that's what this individual is probably doing.
Okay, but doesn't this break already rules of decorum if folks are in a way blocking in some sort of way the aisle?
In what I see on the screen right now, I do not see an individual blocking the aisleway.
Okay, and who determines who's blocking an aisleway and who doesn't? When is that called into question if this is breaking rules of decorum?
It is typically the role of the presiding officer of the meeting to identify or acknowledge if there is something that is disrupting the meeting and if it's related to a violation of the rules of decorum is my understanding of how it typically works.
Okay, so technically you are allowed to stand in the aisles based off of this individual's actions.
I have not studied or had detailed conversations of kind of the nuances of where and how standing in the aisle would or would not be a violation of that rule of decorum for a meeting. So I don't think I can definitively answer the question yes or no.
But they're definitely, but you can definitely see that they're standing in the aisleway.
I do see an individual standing with their back against the wall, it looks like, in the back of this video screen.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. my questioning for this video.
Do you have any other questions for Mr. Meschuk?
No.
Any additional questions from you for Mr. Meschuk, Mr. Reynolds?
I do not have any cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Meschuk, you are now free to leave. Your testimony is done. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you had indicated earlier, Ms. Silva, that you did not anticipate yourself testifying. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Have you decided to offer any other evidence in this case?
No, I compiled most everything. Most everything was rejected, so I don't have anything else.
Okay. So we will turn to closing statements. I'll give each of you about 5 to 10 minutes to make your arguments. Mr. Reynolds can argue that the suspension should be upheld. You can argue that the suspension should not be upheld. So we'll give Mr. Reynolds about 5 to 10 minutes, and then you'll have the same opportunity, Ms. Silva. Go ahead, Mr. Reynolds, if you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city has shown by more than a preponderance of the evidence that Ms. Silva engaged in conduct that disrupted, impeded, and obstructed the government operation of having the city council meeting on April the 17th of this year. In particular, the nature of her disruptions was very similar, speaking out of turn and not being recognized, and causing 3 recesses, the third of which caused chambers to be completely cleared. Mr. Meschuk's testimony was clear. I'd argue that the video evidence was even more clear. That if you take the YouTube video and you marry it with the body-worn camera videos, you can see that while Ms. Silva was not the only person who was speaking out of turn or even perhaps violating the rules of decorum, the principal difference was that she was the one who was causing disruptions to the extent where the presiding officer had no choice but to acknowledge the disruptions and then ask many times to cease the behavior, give warnings that a recess would happen, and then when the behavior did not cease, call the recess. And so I understand Ms. Silva's point about maybe there was somebody standing in the aisleway, which could be a violation of the rule of decorum, but the main difference is that that person was not conducting themselves such that to disrupt the meeting. If they had been standing there and shouting at city council members, you can better believe that Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts would have had to address that. And what Ms. Silva did was do exactly that, was speak out of turn during times when she was not recognized as a speaker, to shout at city council members to get her point across, and whatever that may be. And there has been 0 evidence presented today that Ms. Silva was suspended from the Penfield Tate for any reason other than her disrupting the meetings, and has nothing to do with who she is, has nothing to do with the content of her speech, but rather that she violated the reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions city council has put on these meetings, which is 1 speaker at a time, 1 recognized speaker at a time, because otherwise they can devolve into chaos, and the record is not clear. And it's very, very important for the health, safety, and welfare of not only people who are in the building, but the city of Boulder, that city council meetings are not subject to repeated disruptions like those that were caused by Ms. Silva on April the 17th. And so for those reasons, it is the city's hope that the hearing officer upholds this suspension of 60 days for these 3 recesses and then clearing of chambers that was caused, and that after the suspension is up, that Ms. Silva can come back in person to the Penfield Tate building if she chooses and participate in city council meetings, but adheres to the reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, and hopefully can, use this as a learning experience where you're only allowed to speak when you're recognized at open comment. You're only allowed to speak when you're recognized at public comment for public hearings. All other times, members of the public, they don't get to just shout at city council members because they feel like they're being ignored. If they do that, then something like this could happen, because the business of the city cannot happen if the city council meetings are interrupted thusly. And so it's the city's request that the hearing officer upholds this suspension, that the suspension length is more than reasonable given the facts of this case. And we thank everybody for their time. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Ms. Silva.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Okay, here's my closing statement. Your Honor, Boulder City Council will argue that those of us standing with Palestine who have been suspended and who come meeting after meeting, that it's not the content of our protest, but rather the manner in which we demand to be heard that has led to our physical removal of public comment. Yet my fellow community members have done exactly that. They have followed rules of decorum. Week after week, continue to be ignored and not taken seriously due to the content of our comments. Because of the content of our protests, City Council members have neglected to engage with us in meaningful collaboration, the very thing it outlines as a value of theirs in their participatory atmosphere page on their website. They cannot say it's not about the contents when those speaking out for the human rights of those across the country or across the world have been already suspended, expelled, doxxed, fired, removed, detained, disappeared, sanctioned, and so forth. There is a precedent of this going on nationally that is something that we cannot negate because it has been government's missions to do exactly that on a local level, the way we're just seeing right here with Boulder City Council. So what do we have when our government chooses to push us aside? What else do we have as a people, especially considering the foundings of this country that is rooted in the total annihilation of Indigenous peoples and the continuous lynching and discrimination of Black Americans? This country is not built upon rule following or morals. It has lied, it has stealed, murdered, disappeared, exploited peoples, resources, and land, and I'm sick of the violence. And mind you, Your Honor, war does not start with weapons and bombs, but it commences with policies just like these. Policies set forth by City Council, very much in the way that the current administration is waging war with policies against communities and people like me. And I hope to show the significance of the pattern of discrimination and unfairness Boulder City has exhibited with the continued suspensions of voices, demanding accountability of government officials to divest, to speak out against what is happening to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. And I conclude my statement.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Silva. All right, this wraps up the hearing then. I'll probably it may take me until over the weekend, depending on how things go over the next couple of days, because I have dockets both tomorrow and Friday, but I anticipate that I will have a written order out by no later than probably Monday sometime next week. All right, thank you all. You are free to leave the meeting and we will go off the record and I'll go off camera.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Silva. And thank you, everyone supporting.
Oh, yeah. Yup. Her closing statement was the cherry on top. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hey, James L. Welcome. Oh, I know I don't have the conclusion for you guys, but it was still worth it. It was worth it. She was infuriating, frustrating, obnoxious, entitled. Oh man, and clueless. So clueless. I don't know how you go through life with that mentality. Yeah. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. In her world, she's the only thing. Hey, honey, it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes now. There's plenty to catch up on. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I gotta see something. I've got to check something here. I think we need a palate cleanser. I mean, this is about the time I would normally be going on. So, I'm glad you liked it. how would y'all like to maybe see some Judge Van in Hey Baby, Hey County? Oh, let's see here. It's going to take me a minute because, and this is a raw file. I have not edited it. So it's going to be just a moment.
It's just sometimes it's too easy. Yeah. Right, Miss Fambro, shooting fish in a barrel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, fishy, boom. No?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Bryant.
H&M.
Yes. So you're fully court charged of violation of conditional release for pretrial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? You know, they're not kidding when they say it's being recorded. But you don't care.
It's not that, sir. I swear it's not.
Well, it is. It's exactly what it is. I mean, it is what that's. Mr. Bryant, that's
No, sir.
exactly what.
She's trying to drop the charges as it is, and
Well, then you shouldn't even know that. You certainly shouldn't be talking to her about it. Has his phone privileges been suspended yet? Or is he just tagging on with somebody else's video calls at this point? There's always a workaround, isn't there, Mr. Bryant? Don't answer that. All right, bond set at 25,000. Court date's gonna be May 2nd at 8:30. No contact with you. Why am I wasting my breath? I don't know.
up to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign.
Oh, and we have a spicy Judge Van right off from the start.
How y'all doing? Your Honor, sir?
I'm well, Mr. Cotton. How you doing?
Well, you know, I'm hoping for the best right now. I've been out there really trying to do the right thing, and you know what I'm saying. And I would like to say something at the right time. First of all, you know,
did anybody tell you it was the right time?
Sir?
Did anybody tell you it was the right time?
I don't think so. I apologize, sir.
Let me get through some things first so that we can get to the point where we decide whether or not it's a good time at all, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to, first of all, you're before the court charged with misuse of 911. That's the charge, okay?
Yes, sir.
Based on your application, you do qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office, and I'm going to go ahead and appoint the Public Defender to represent you. So you have an attorney now. He's going to tell you,
sir.
Sure, let me paraphrase. Don't talk about the facts of your case.
All right.
Okay, so
yes, sir.
Anything to say, don't have it be about the facts of the case. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
But I would like at the right time. I would like to say something, though, sir. If I have to.
All right, hold up, Deputy, criminal history.
This year, misuse of 911, resisting disorderly. 23, false report, trespass, petty theft, possession of weapon or ammo with a release out of DOC last year. 22, false report, battery by a person detained. 21, intimidating the witness, smuggling contraband, trespass, carrying a concealed weapon. It goes back to 20 locally. You go back to
Mr. Conway, what would you like to talk to me about?
Okay, first of all, sir, that
you know, how can I put it? The last time I was here, you know, they had me on the condition of community hours, and I had to get them done on a certain amount of time. I only had a certain amount of time to get them done off the condition, and I was on a certain time. I had the same charge not too long ago. I just got out of jail Tuesday, but I ain't never had no FTAs on my record. In my probation, all the times I was on probation, my attendance on that, and I would say that I was supposed to go to an interview today with my benefits. You know, I'm somewhat what you would call homeless, and I got the support of my mama, so that means that Social Security and SSI, they authorized my mother and have authorization over my decision making and in my benefits. You know, so she, even though it's hard on her too, so mainly what I'm asking, I am involved with a female figure, you know, somewhere around the area. So, you know, I mean, I'm trying to support that too. And, you know, I mean, I'm just asking for the mercy of the sim. I probably 9 times out of 10 are already qualified for the REP bond, because the last time I had that was 2017, which I dialed 911 again, you know what I'm saying? But that went down. I feel like, if you want, I'm not trying to be negative about it, but I felt like that's discrimination what went down. That's why I got stuff out on my phone, video clips out on my phone that I didn't stick to my mother.
Nate,
And
sir,
you know,
sir, let me interrupt you for a second. You probably need to talk to your public defender about all this, okay?
No, well, how about
you can
this?
talk
How about this?
privately with them. They won't record it if you talk privately.
How about this? Well, how about this? How about I want to speak. My public defender work for me, whether I got a public defender or not. I gotta have, y'all gotta get the okay from me. That's number one. All due respect, I don't want no public defender no more. I want to be pro se.
I'm for a public defender, so you don't want one?
No, sir.
Okay.
And all due respect, I just want to say this for the record. Speedy trial, if you know, but I'm really trying to get. I mean, I'm not trying to get. I'm a little upset right now, but I mean, I really, you know, I'm looking forward to get out today, sir. You know, I mean, I've been doing too much time for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do the right thing, and you know, I would have to say one more thing. It's no reason for me to take up bed space for somebody that's way more worship for me. I feel like I'm wasting bed space for this. I feel like that's a disgrace to gangster activity.
I feel like bed space too, but yet here we are, 2500, May 2nd, 8:30.
You said 2500?
I did.
You said what? What did you say?
Yes.
For a bond?
Yes.
So how much is that cash professional?
Generally 10% between you and the bondsman.
That's
say hello to your lady.
25. That's $2,000 for that. They overcharging me for that.
$250 for bond.
You say so. My bond. What is it? Hold up. What is my bond again? 2,500.
You've done this before.
That's 2,000. That's
You understand bonds. You understand bonds, right? You understand bonds. This isn't new.
What is he talking about?
You understand bonds, and this isn't new.
For a copy of your paperwork. Man, I don't understand why he withheld me in. Why I'm eligible for the door. Okay, come on over here. I'll bring you a copy. This is great.
I think Demolition Man would be a good name for
Secondary.
Bosco P. Coltrane would be a good name for a puppy. Like a lazy dog.
Secondary.
What's up?
Secondary. State your name, ma'am.
Oh, Lord.
And I would like to know that the driver's license number on here is not correct. That is not my driver's license number on this.
Thank you. Make a note that the driver's license number is incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Whitten, you're fully court charged resisting officer without violence. Against any charge?
My name's Cherry. My name is Brittany Cherry.
You go by Brittany Cherry today?
That is my name. My ID's up there and everything. I've had an identity theft issue in the past, and I've been battling with that, and it's this Whit name keeps me getting in the mix, and it's aggravating. But now I'm Brittany Christine Cherry.
All right, Ms. Cherry. Before the court, charged a resisting officer without violence. You understand the charge?
Yes, I did. Yes.
You indicated you don't want a public defender. Is that the case?
Well, I just
That's a yes or no question.
I want good. I did say no, but yes, I would. I mean, if I could get proper counsel, is that a public defender right there?
On the screen. Yeah, he's waving at you.
Cool. Okay. Well, I mean, being that he's here right now, that's kind of a good thing. So,
Oh yeah, but I can't appoint you until you fill out the paperwork and say that you want one.
Okay. Well, I'll
You can do it when you get back to booking.
Okay, I'll do it when I get back to booking. But I would.
I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. That's true?
Correct.
Deputy criminal history?
24 VOP, 23 GTA with some VOPs, 22 Bergbet, criminal mischief, assault on a person over 65, battery second, unarmed burglary resisting, FTA, 21 meth para. Goes back to 17 locally.
This happened at the jail?
Yes, it was at the jail. I actually came up here.
Yes,
that's pretty impressive. That's cutting out the middleman, so to speak. Bond said court dates May 2nd, 8:30.
When is it? May 2nd, what?
Friday at 8:30. Wait, step on the T. When the green light comes on, sign. State your name, ma'am.
Tracy Lee Reagan.
Scorpions. And what are you gonna do with that? Scorpion named Pookie or Pokey or something like that. And so just gonna sting you every time you pick it up. What's the point of that? Is it Miss Masters or Miss Reagan?
It's Miss Reagan now. Masters is Maiden.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mrs. Reagan, you're before the court charged of driving under the influence. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Based on your application, I find that you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender representative you. So you have an attorney now. Any question about that?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, come on here, Mrs. Reagan.
Do what, sir?
18 a petty theft, 17 hit and run, no valid. Prior to that, nothing since 4. That was a petty theft and a domestic.
Ms. Reagan, bond set $2,500. No alcohol while you're on release. Court date's going to be May 30th at 8:30. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Next. Next. Red X, ma'am. State your name.
Devin next.
So for the court, charge of driving under the influence. You understand the charge, ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Do you understand what the charge is?
Yes.
I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true?
Yes.
Based on your application, I find that you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. Any question about that? Deputy, criminal history?
Just a disorderly and resisting in 23.
That was because of the blood sugar.
Ah. Ms. Nuggs, is that your natural hair color?
Yes.
So God gave you a warning label. I'm going to release you on pretrial release. No alcohol. Sign up with the pretrial release office before 9 o'clock tomorrow. Court date's going to be May 30th at 8:30. Good luck, ma'am.
All right, step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on.
Always worried.
State your name.
Cheyenne Farmer.
Ms. Farmer, you're fully court charged domestic violence battery.
There you go.
All right. Been copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You been advised of your rights today?
Yes.
Got a copy of your paperwork?
Yes, sir.
All right, now. Based on your affidavit, I find you do qualify. I'm gonna go ahead and appoint the public defender. Question about that?
He gave you a public defender.
Public defender?
He just gave you one, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Deputy, criminal history, Ms. Farmer?
No history.
Ms. Farmer, were you ever in the military?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. I'm gonna release you on what's called pre-trial release. You're to have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third party.
Okay.
You
I need to be able to.
need a law enforcement escort to and from the residence to retrieve your personal effects. That's possible.
Okay.
All right. Court date's gonna be May 30th at 8:30, but you need to be at the pre-trial release office by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. They're gonna process you out today.
All right, step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Red X, state your name.
Jacqueline.
Ma'am, before the court charges false use of ID. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
I remember. Yeah, I do remember. No. Okay. All right. You qualify for the service of public defender's office. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. So you have an attorney now. On the false use of ID with adverse consequences, bond set at 15,000. No contact with the victim. Court date is May 29th, 9 o'clock.
Step to your right to the T. Next.
Your Honor, on that last, you did sign.
State your name.
Teresa Montano.
And before the court charge of neglected child, do you understand that charge?
I do.
I see you paperwork, you're right.
You give copies of your paperwork.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Were you advised of your rights today?
Yes.
Based on your application, you make too much money to qualify for a public defender, but the law recognizes your financial situation may change, in which case you can reapply later. You also have the option of hiring your own attorney or represent yourself, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
Yep, history.
Nothing since 08 out of Louisiana, and that was controlled substance and marijuana.
Bond set at 10,000. No contact directly, indirectly, or through third party except through DCF child. Court date's gonna be June 2nd at 9 o'clock. Good luck, ma'am.
Say no.
No contact except through DCF with the child. What was, that was 15?
10.
10 for, thank you.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Step on the T behind you.
drop the zero.
When the green light comes on, sign. State your name in.
Bernie Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy, fully court on violation of probation for the introduction of contraband. Raccoon case. Held out bond, man. Your court date's gonna be June 16th at 9.
Okay.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Next. Next. Red X. State your name.
Steve Hudson. Mr. Hudson, you fully court on court order bond revocations and a possession of meth fleeing and eluding, driving license suspended, revoked, resisting officer, possession of medical paraphernalia, and marijuana less than 20. Judge Clark has ordered you held without bond. Your court date is going to be June 16th at 9 o'clock.
Hey, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I was incarcerated in Houston County, Dothan, Alabama. I got a letter of incarceration and everything. I've been locked up for the past 2 months.
Okay.
So how do I go about, like, I know, because I was in jail during my court date. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's between you and Judge Clark.
Okay, so I just got to talk to him.
Sign where the light is. Next. Red X. State your name.
Shall I report on failure to pay fine for DWLSR, attached license plate not signed, and driving license suspended revoked in front of Judge Dyer. Judge Dyer has sentenced you per capias to serve 15 days in the Bay County Jail, but you may purge out upon payment of $650.
This case is not even over, Your Honor. How do I have a fine on this?
This case you pled to. You may have another case that you haven't pled to, but you pled to this case, Judge Dyer.
I go to court on the 6th on this. I've had a failure to appear on it.
Yeah, I don't think on this one. But that's between you and Judge Dyer.
Okay.
Sign where the light is. Next. Red X. Step on the X. State your name. Say your name.
Mr. Rowe? We're report for domestic violence battery. Do you understand that charge?
You understand what you're charged with?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, you got an ice hold, so it really doesn't matter, I don't guess. I wonder if they're waiting done or they're just taking. I know. Based on his application, he does qualify for a public defender. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent him on 5,000 on the domestic violence battery, no contact with victim. We'll see what the federal laws do with it. May 30th at 8:30.
Right. Step to your right to the T. 5. When the green light comes on, sign for your copy of it.
On the X-ray.
Yes, sir. State your name.
Mr. Ross, please report to our domestic violence battery. Do you understand the charge, sir? Y'all freeze up and mute me?
No, he said yes.
I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, you're fine. It cut out. I don't know what happened. I didn't. Mr. Ross, I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
Based on your application, you do qualify for the service of the public defender's office. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender representative, so you have an attorney now. Question about that?
I now understand.
He gave you a public defender.
You gave me a public defender?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
Nothing since 19 out of Ohio. That was felony domestic. You had a DUI in 18. Other than that, 12 carrying a concealed and firearm under intox, and that's it.
Well, I said 5,000, no contact with the alleged victim. Court date's going to be May 30th at 8:30. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Wait. Step on the T. When the green light comes on, sign.
Yeah.
Right there. That white tip. Say your name.
Are you registered, sir?
Mr. Rich, you fully court charged domestic violence battery and petty theft. You understand the charges?
Yes, sir, I do.
I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true, sir?
Yes, I have.
Based on your application, I find that you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. So you have an attorney now. Any question about that?
Oh, yes, sir. I already got I got a public defender right now. Chris Piazza, you think she can take my case?
I don't have to. It's on legal use of credit card from mom last month.
She's in felony court. You're going to be a misdemeanor.
Okay, yes, sir. And then my first time misdemeanor. I don't know how it worked.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just tattled on yourself that you've got a current felony going on. Yeah, buddy. Good job.
Sorry. We need to do things different down here. You got a case number, Ms. Fambro?
No. I don't know, what is it? Let that ride out for a while.
All right, Mr. Richardson, on the domestic violence battery, bond is 5,000. No contact with the alleged victim. Petty theft is 2,500. Court date's gonna be May 30th at 8:30. I'm revoking and releasing 25,583. Good luck, sir.
Oh, okay, you say you're revoking and releasing?
I did.
I don't know what that means, sir.
Whatever bond that you paid to get out for, he just took the bond.
It's not gonna bond.
Wait. Step on the T. When the green light come on, sign. Red X, state your name.
Robert Spencer. Solicitor before the court on a pretrial release violation for what was originally a felony battery charge in front of Judge Register. Judge Register, in his infinite wisdom, is where you held without bond. Your court date's going to be June 9th.
That's the same court you just gave me the other day?
Yeah, he was here for FF, was it FFJ or in-state warrant or something? We were both wondering how he got the, pretrial release violation.
I don't know.
So this is the same court date?
I don't know what he say.
June 9th?
Yeah. That's the
He
same
said
court
yes,
date.
same court date. Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Next. Next. Face the TV and state your name.
Louis Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, before the court charged with failing to report.
Yes, sir.
Failing to report change in employment, failing to report internet ID web page or app name, failure to report internet web ID or app name, and a violation of failing to report internet web ID or app name. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't know I had to let them know in 40 hours my address because I didn't have an address. I didn't know I had to do that in 40 hours.
You got to report address, you got to report workplace, you got to report a lot of things.
I didn't know, sir.
Based on your application, I find you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you, so you have an attorney now. Deputy, criminal history, Mr. Johnson.
The original charges in 12 and a release out of DOC 329.25.
Oh. All right. Bond set at 5,000 on failing to report address, 2,500 on the failing to report employment, 2,500 on each of the failing to report internet access. Court date's going to be June 16th at 9 o'clock.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Red X, sir. State your name.
Jesse Herring.
Mr. Herring, before the court charges grand theft, you understand that charge?
You understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
I understand you can give me copies of paperwork and advise of your rights. Is that true, sir?
Yes, sir.
Based on your application, I find you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you, so you have an attorney now. Any question about that?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, criminal history?
I think we picked him up from Alabama, but he's on bond from up there. His history is a lot of the similar charges.
Bonds
Did we
25,000.
extradite you?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Bond 25,000. Court date June 16th at 9 o'clock. No contact with the victim.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Red X, sir. State your name.
Mr. Registry full court on a failure to appear for a grand theft of an automobile in front of Judge Gay. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and without bond, your court date is June 5th at 9 o'clock. Good luck, sir.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, you'll sign. Next. Next. Step on the X. Come on. State your name.
Nathan Lawson.
Mr. Lawson, your full court charges Domestic violence battery is a second or subsequent offense. Do you understand that charge?
I do. Yeah, I don't understand the second, but I understand.
It's the second because of the probation from the first one.
Oh.
This will make it the second.
He's on probation?
Yes.
It don't say that on here.
He just charging it as a second offense, the second time you've been charged with battery. That's why it says that.
It makes it, it's an enhancement. It makes it a felony.
So, oh.
Okay, so his return is 5.
I didn't know that. I haven't been down here. Okay. I got a question.
I
haven't seen her in like a year, 2 years. Is there no way I get a bond on this that I'll never set one?
That's what you're here for today.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. Deputy, criminal history.
Domestic last year, no valid last year. Alabama FTA 19, 23, 24, robbery 21, dealing and stolen 18 with the VOP in 20.
What's that? That person?
Mm-hmm.
I never had that here.
I didn't say here.
I'm just nervous.
And you're on probation?
No.
They had him on 23, 58, 64. So if you want to check it again.
Yeah,
we got him too.
I never been on it. Like when I had the fugitive justice in Alabama, I was pulled over that week, and they never said nothing about it. They let me go, and then they said that I had a hold down here for this, and it said second on this, and I'm like, I haven't been into Florida in years. I mean, I haven't even talked to my baby mom for 2 years, the mother of my child, and I definitely never had to say I have a bond. Like I've been working. I have a whole house up there. Like I'm completely clueless.
With that, I believe.
A house truck job. You call me. I don't talk to her.
Yeah, the one thing we're certain of is that you're completely clueless.
Yeah, because I just got a ticket in Alabama and never heard of it.
Silence kills them.
Yeah, I'm not showing him. I'm showing it closed.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
All right. Bonds 15,000 on the new domestic violence. No contact directly, indirectly, or through a third party alleged victim. Court date is June 12th at 9 o'clock.
June 12th.
You got to get a copy of it. Step to you, right? Next. Red X, state your name. I'm sorry, Mr. Polk is medically unable to attend.
Onset at 10 on the meth. 1 on paraphernalia. Except without bond. June 16th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Okay, step back on the X, sir. State your name.
William Neal Taylor first.
Before the court, charged with fleeing and eluding, resisting officer without violence, possession of cocaine, and possession of paraphernalia. Do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir. I was wondering about the fleeing and looting. I didn't know fleeing and looting was on a bicycle. Is that a new law, sir? That's all I want to know.
You can flee. But it's probably not fleeing and eluding.
I thought it'd be in the video.
Unless you're a heck of a cyclist. Now, it's not one of those electric bikes, is it?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, electric bike.
Some of them things go too fast for your own good. All right. Mr. Taylor, based on your application, I find that you do qualify. I'm going to go ahead
He gave me an attorney now. It was breaking up.
Deputy Criminal History.
And they got him on probation with Dyer from February on a DUI.
Bicycle. CT.
This is the part I always cut out. The paperwork part.
All right, Ms. Taylor, on the fleeing and eluding bond is $2,500. The resisting is $2,500. The cocaine possession is $10,000. The paraphernalia is $1,000. Random UAs. Court date's going to be May 29th, 9 o'clock, and I'm signing a warrant for violation of probation, case 245787.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Next. Red X, sir. State your name.
Toby Mills. Mr. Mills, for possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of THC oil. Do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir.
I understand you've been given copies of paperwork and advised of your rights. Is that true, sir?
You got a copy of your paperwork? You got a copy of your paperwork?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Were you advised of your rights today?
Yes, sir.
Based on your application, if I find you do qualify, I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. So you have an attorney now.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Criminal History, Mr. Mills?
Nothing since 21 out of Georgia. There was a DUI in 17 and 21, and that's it.
Bond set at 5,000 of meth, 1,000 of paraphernalia, 2,500 on the THC oil. Court date's going to be June 2nd at 9 o'clock with random UAs. It's directed by the court.
Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign. Next.
Never yet seen.
State your name, sir.
Kenneth Turner. Hey, Judge Van.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Judge Van.
How you doing, Mr. Turner?
Pretty good, sir. I was doing some Ubering and stuff, and
I wouldn't.
yes, sir. Go ahead. I won't say much.
All right, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, you're fully court, charged with possession of a controlled substance. It looks like methamphetamine.
That's what they're saying. It wasn't my bag.
And possession of paraphernalia.
Yes, sir. That's what they're saying.
You understand you've got the right to remain silent. Anything you say can.
Yes, sir, I do.
Based on
Yes,
your
sir.
application, unless you do qualify, I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. So you have an attorney now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my history, Mr. Turner.
You just put him on probation.
What happened?
Case number?
24 5128 MM.
5128.
Doing a lot better. I had told you she had that issue in Fort Walton.
All right. All right, Mr. Turner. On the possession of meth, bonds 5,000, the paraphernalia is 1,000, random UAs. Court date's going to be May 29th at 9 o'clock, and I'm signing a warrant for violation of probation 245128.
Step to your right to the T. He just violated your probation.
Really?
Mm-hmm. When the green light comes on, sign for your copy. Next. Red X, sir. State your name.
Dean Watson.
Mr. Watson, you fully court on violation of probation for domestic violence battery in front of Judge Dyer. Judge Dyer, in his infinite wisdom, is where you held without bond. Your court date's going to be May 8th at 9 o'clock.
Fellas, both of you step to your right. To your right. Next. Next. Red X, sir. State your name.
What's the name of the gun?
Mr. Delgado, you fully court charged with failing to refusing to submit to a breath test and your fourth or subsequent driving under the influence charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir. There's some confusion here. I don't have 4 DUIs.
Okay. How many do you
There's
think
4
you got?
dates. There's 4. I don't got none. There's 4 dates here. I'm going to court for the one in December 1st, 2019.
Where?
In Texas. And the one that January 15, then I never got a DUI in January 15. And in September 29th, 2021, I never got a DUI either. And on June 31st, July 31st, it got dismissed.
5,000 refusal. 9 o'clock.
It broke at, was that a hold without and June 2nd?
I made a finding these are dangerous community.
He held you without bond. Step to your right to the T. When the green light comes on, sign for your copy.
10:30 tomorrow.
You see it?
Yeah.
Wow. Go ahead and sign for your copy, sir. All right, that's a wrap.
You did?
I thought it was going to be a long day.
No, never. See you, boys.
See you tomorrow.
Oh man, Finna 7, honey, you just made it. I've been on for 4 hours. I'm all done. I'm all streamed out. Oh my goodness. What a ride we had. Oh, Finna 7, you missed the most entitled, insufferable wench. She's terrible. She's absolutely horrific. There were some characters there in Bay County. Hey baby, hey. Well, it depends on how long I'm going to be streaming, and there's a lot of factors that go into it too. I mean, there's times when I don't find anything to stream until the 11th hour. And then I'm scrambling to get it edited and be able to present it. And that's most nights. Last night, I watched court. I'm not kidding you. From the time I got up, I watched it all day. And I found nothing worth streaming. It was awful. I went into the Discord whining about it. I was so frustrated. You know, it's like, how can I literally watch court all day long and come up with nothing to show you guys? I know, baby. I'm almost done. I'll take your potty in a second. So, yeah. But, yeah, tonight I came on early because it was a 3-hour plus hearing. So, I really, if I started at midnight, I mean, there'd be no one left by the time I got done. Everybody'd be passed out sleeping. So I had to start early. Oh, and speaking of passed out sleeping, I'm going to take this pretty little girl potty and then probably hit the hay myself. Thank you guys for coming out and staying out, and for the gifts that I received, the wonderful letters of support. You guys are amazing. I just can't thank you enough. Oh, we got a kitty stretch. We got a stretch. Oh, baby girl. You finished eating? You heading over to get a drink now? Quench your thirst. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. I know, you go potty. You go outside. Yeah. Yeah. She's like, okay, come on, Mom. Come on. She's got all those cat food cans. After I put the food on the plate for the cats, then she gets empty cans and she gets to lick them clean. I mean, it's less work for me. Then, I don't gotta pick up cat food cans that have that slime in them. Ava gets them all cleaned out for me. And I'm sure the recycling guys appreciate it. Oh, honey. No. You are. You guys are the best for being here with me. I'd have no reason to be on if it wasn't for you guys. I tell you that all the time. You guys are what's amazing. I only do this to come hang out with you. You're the important ones. All right. I'm coming. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh, she's so darn cute. I hear you. Oh. All right, guys. Ava's saying so. You are, Charlie. You are. Be safe, be well, sleep sweet, and much love.